It can't be renamed. It can't be renamed. And it will remain. To Harlem, top of Sugar Hill to Riverside Drive, Malcolm X down to Harlem River Drive. All our dues in history rooted deep inside. Take me uptown. Sunday morning, everybody's in their prime. After church, we smile and laugh, and then we dine. And we'll dance and even have a glass of wine. It's that kind of spirit we call and maintain. It's Harlem, Harlem, Harlem. It can't be renamed. And it will remain. Take me to Harlem, where the echoes of the Duke and Macy ride. Jazz and blues and rhythm hit you every time. From your shoes and then it goes right up your spine. Take me uptown. As we walk along the roads of links and hues, idealize on ways of making better dues. Past, present, future, rooted in the blues. It's that kind of spirit we call and maintain. It's Harlem, Harlem, Harlem. It can't be renamed. And it will remain. Echoes of the Duke and Macy ride. Jazz and blues and rhythm hit you every time. From your shoes and then it goes right up your spine. Take me uptown. As we walk along the roads of lakes and hues, idealize on ways of making better dues. Past, present, future, rooted in the blues. It's that kind of spirit we call and maintain. It's Harlem, Harlem, Harlem. It can't be renamed. And it will remain. And it will remain. Yeah, 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 yeah. And it will remain. And it will remain. And it will remain. And it will remain. Take me to Harlem.
Norman Edwards Jr. on the drums. Willem Dellisford, our cultural fellow of the National Jazz Museum in Harlem, Leone Mateo. Composer of that last one, that's Mr. Charles Turner on the vocals. Thank you so much. I'm Christopher McBride. We appreciate you. Hope you enjoyed this event. Thank you so much. Here.
Good morning, good morning. What an act to follow. This got the museum already swinging. Thank you so much again to the National Jazz Museum in Harlem House Band, Christopher McBride and Charles Turner, everyone. Thank you for getting us in the right mode of thinking. This is a special convening today, a wonderful event where we want to really celebrate and contextualize a milestone in our exhibition history, a major exhibition here at the Met, Harlem Renaissance and the Transatlantic Modernism. I want to thank each of you also for joining us. This will be a truly exciting and intense, a multifaceted day, bringing together, of course, renowned scholars, curators, artists, but really also us as a community to discuss the past, the present, and the future of the Harlem Renaissance, its impact throughout the years and decades, and what's still to come. Today's sessions, in that sense, will include certainly timely conversations on also preserving and collecting these works, on curating and celebrating those, on re-evaluating and expanding the understanding about the canon of modern art and the role of the Harlem Renaissance, on reflecting on past exhibitions on the Harlem Renaissance, and spotlighting the arts in Harlem today. It is an important exhibition at the Met, curated by Denise Murrell, the Merryl H. and James S. Tisch Curator at Large at the Director's Office. Denise has done a tremendous job and basically devoted the past years to this important topic, to this subject, and also to the arts, and to making sure that it's properly not only reflected, but also has the broadest way of how we can show the Harlem Renaissance, this global flourishing of Black creativity, and also making sure that we understand the connections of that, not only being a Harlem-centered development, but really something that fosters a transatlantic dialogue as an important aspect. Also on the history, of course, on the portrayal of the modern Black subject, but indeed on the very fabric also of early 20th century modern art. This show, on the one hand, yes, draws on the deep holdings here at the Met on some of this material, new and superb acquisitions, and also, of course, it relies on the special and specialized curatorial expertise that we have here at the Met. And it continues, in that sense, to highlight also the work that this institution has done, the work that it should do, the work that we should have done, and what we are now continuing to do. This is also part of the programming and part of the aspect of this day, and it will have an enormous impact. But part of what makes this exhibition so special is that it not only offers an opportunity on new perspectives of an iconic movement, and probably also discoveries of artists, of certain works, and also connections, but it is also there to celebrate the art, but also the institutions and the private collections who have preserved these important works through generations. It's been the family collection, private collections have done that, but about 40% of the works in the show have come to us as loans from historically Black colleges and universities. And I want to really applaud Fisk, Howard, Clark Atlanta, and Hampton for their enormous role in preserving this cultural legacy, as well as also culturally specific museums across the country. This exhibition has received almost universal acclaim, applause, excitement, response. It's something that also is an exhibition that is being discussed, that basically has been reflected on, that will have an impact. More exhibitions will come out of it, more thinking, more discourses will be generated out of this show. So in a certain way, an exhibition like this is always only one piece in a long journey of deeper understanding, of revelations, of sharing with communities, and then posing new questions, new discourses. And I think that's also what we're doing here today. So my many thanks go also to the many individuals here at the museum who have organized this convening today, particularly Denise Murrell, but also Tiara Brown, Isaac Poole, Mariana Siciliano, and Sherry Williams. We are also deeply grateful for the Jerome Levy Foundation's pivotal support in honor of Marvin Schwartz. And I'm now pleased to turn things over to Heidi Holder, the Frederick P. and Sandra P. Rose Chair of Education. Heidi has placed great care in developing programs with her team around this exhibition, across the institution, and throughout the whole duration of the show, and also before and after. So it's really also to Heidi's efforts and also the whole education team that we now see all of these programs come to fruition, and where we cultivate also long-lasting relationships with our audiences and with our neighbors here in Harlem. And I want to now turn this over to Heidi to start the programs. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you.
Thank you, Max. Good morning, everyone, and I'd like to welcome you today. I'm delighted to welcome you today to the Harlem Renaissance and Transatlantic Modernism and a creative convening. I say it because we're like, the day is finally here. So just please, just warm the room up. We started with jazz. Max placed us into the milieu of where we are, and I wanted to talk a bit about this word that he said, community, and this notion of programs and what's happening. So this event is part of a range of dynamic programs designed to celebrate the transformative power of the arts as seen through the lens of the Harlem Renaissance. Their development has been an opportunity for the museum to move beyond our walls and to continue building relationships with its arts, cultural, civic, and community-based organizations across New York City and beyond. Our programming kicked off in February with a community preview that welcomed about 60 representatives from Harlem-based arts, cultural, and civic organizations. A few of these partners are represented today within today's lineup, and others will join us as a program over the next few months, including the Jazz Museum who performed this morning. And I would like to express my gratitude to all of you in the room who have provided support for that. In addition to today's day-long program, we've opened intimate spaces for discourse with regular expert talks in the exhibition galleries and walking tours across Harlem, exploring sites significant to art, poetry, and literary history. Many programs for young people are also taking place. In the next few weeks, on May the 10th, we will host a jazz concert for middle school students to learn about the exhibition. And later this summer, we will welcome over 200 teachers from New York City to learn about how to integrate artwork of the museum related to this exhibition into their teaching. We will also spotlight the exhibition in 2 festivals, our annual Teens Take the Met, where we have about 5,000 teens coming here on the 31st of May this year. So I encourage you, if you have young people, come on in. The Temple of Dender becomes a dance party, right? Finally, we invite you to come back for a community day on July the 14th, which will activate the entire museum for various audiences. It's around 1 o'clock, it's after church, so everybody can make it, right? And we will activate the museum to celebrate and reflect the spirit of Harlem Renaissance for intergenerational audiences. Now, I am the person who's just between your dinner, the aperitif, so I'm between you and delight right now. So with that, it is my pleasure to proceed with what I know will be the highlight of the season. Please welcome to the stage, Curator of the Harlem Renaissance and Transatlantic Modernism exhibition, Denise Murrell.
Good morning, everyone. And I want to join Heidi and Max in welcoming you. We appreciate your coming out to spend the day with us on this warmer and sunny spring day. We are gathered today to discuss, reflect, and celebrate the artists, activists, writers, and performers of the new Negro movement, later known as the Harlem Renaissance. We're honored by the presence of the eminent scholars, curators, and cultural leaders, each a thought leader in their respective fields, who will share their observations about the many aspects of the new Negro movement that took shape in the 1920s through the 40s, during the early decades of the Great Migration. Ultimately, millions of African Americans leaving the segregated rural South in search of freedom and opportunity. The period's Black artists and writers worked in a variety of aesthetic styles toward the shared objective of creating new modes of Black cultural expression that emanated from the community itself, in opposition to prevailing racial stereotypes imposed by external forces. Today's program, following our distinguished keynote speaker, will unfold in 3 sessions. In the first, 4 eminent scholars will present variations on the theme of Harlem as Nexus for the new Negro movement, a recreation of the modern Black subject that emanated from Harlem, yet spanned geographic boundaries, extending nationwide and across the Atlantic world. Following a midday break, session 2 will comprise 2 moderated conversations. The first will address the fraught resonance of the Met's controversial 1969 exhibition, Harlem on My Mind, and the second will explore the origins and legacy of the collections of historically Black colleges and universities that were so essential to the making of this exhibition. And following another short break, session 3 will close the afternoon by considering the new renaissance of Harlem today, highlighting some of the prominent speakers, prominent artists and cultural institutions shaping the landscape of contemporary Harlem, followed by a literary reading. And I'm now delighted to introduce the speakers for the first session of this discussion. Harlem as Nexus. The Harlem Renaissance is a celebration of place and a shorthand for an aesthetic worldview that evolved out of the new Negro movement. The artworks, writings, music produced during this period were embedded within cultural dialogues happening nationally and internationally, and carried impact and influence far beyond Harlem. This next group of speakers will share presentations about artists working across geographic borders and disciplinary boundaries where Harlem occupied a central intersection. Emily Boone's subject is James Van Der Zee's world of Harlem Renaissance studio photographers. Dr. Boone is an assistant professor of African American, African diaspora arts in the Department of Art History at New York University. She researches and teaches the art and visual culture of the African diaspora with a focus on vernacular photography and global encounters. She is the author of A Nimble Arc, James Van Der Zee and Photography, published with Duke University Press in 2023. Most recently, her essay, James Van Der Zee and the Global Mobility of Photographs, was included in the exhibition catalog for our exhibition, The Harlem Renaissance and Transatlantic Modernism. Rhea Combs will speak to the subject of regenerating Harlem. Rhea is director of curatorial affairs at the Smithsonian's National Portrait Gallery in Washington, D.C., where she's responsible for the curatorial and conservation departments and works with her team to develop the museum's exhibition calendar. Combs co-curated and co-edited the award-winning exhibition and accompanying catalog, Regeneration, Black Cinema, 1898 to 1971, organized by the Academy Museum of Motion Pictures in Los Angeles in 2022 to 23. Her latest curatorial exhibition and accompanying publication, co-authored with Hilton Owls, This Morning, This Evening, So Soon, James Baldwin, and the Voices of Queer Resistance, will open in June at the National Portrait Gallery. Combs's writings re-examine ways of telling American history and culture by showcasing the work of artists from diverse backgrounds, particularly in the areas of film, photography, and portraiture. Ego Ahawe Zawinski's topic is Ronald Moody, international modernist. Ego Ahawe Zawinski is an artist and archivist, currently completing a PhD at Chelsea College of the Arts at UAL Tate in London on the life and times of modernist sculptor Ronald Moody. She holds an MA in Archives and Record Management International, UCL. She is the co-editor and contributing author of Ronald Moody's Sculpting Life, being published by Thames and Hudson later this year. And Mirror, Reflecting Darkly, the Rita Keegan archive, published by Goldsmiths Press in 2021. Alongside art historian Alexandra Nicome, she is part of the archival and curatorial team for The Black Gate, a radical archival legacy project founded by the St. Paul, Minnesota-based multidisciplinary artist Setu K. Jones. Rick Powell will conclude this session with a consideration of this idea of Harlem as Nexus. Dr. Powell is the John Spencer Bassett Professor of Art and Art History at Duke University. He has written books on a range of subjects, including such titles as Cutting a Figure, Fashioning Black Portraiture, 2008, Going There, Black Visual Satire, 2020, and Black Art, A Cultural History, first published in 1997 with subsequent editions in 2002 and 2021. Powell has also organized numerous art exhibitions, most notably Back to Black, Art and Cinema, and the Racial Imaginary in 2025, and Archibald Motley, Jazz Age Modernist at the Whitney Museum in 2014. From 2007 until 2010, Powell was editor-in-chief of the Art Bulletin. He is currently the Henry Luce Fellow at the National Humanities Center, Research Triangle Park in North Carolina. I'll now welcome Dr. Boone to the podium to begin these presentations. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I am absolutely delighted to be here. Thank you so much for being a part of the celebration today. And thank you to Denise for bringing her many, many, many talents to the Met. In my presentation, I want to bring you back to Harlem. On one sunny day in 1932, a couple sought out Harlem photographer James Van Der Zee to take their portrait on the street outside of his studio. The now celebrated couple wearing raccoon coats depicts a shiny, imposing Cadillac car parked in the middle of a Harlem street with a row of brownstones in the background. The car door is wide open, and a man sits inside the automobile with his hands clasped in his lap. The light-colored rim of his hat echoes the large fender flares. A woman stands outside the car wearing a luxurious, full-length fur coat that matches her partner's. The sense of partnership and connection is key to understanding the photograph. In describing this photograph, art historians point to how the image often illustrates larger concepts about Black advancement, modernity, and the new Negro. These key ideas of the Harlem Renaissance determine the terms through which the photograph is understood. This kind of approach frames Van Der Zee's work within its larger cultural milieu. Yet, an anecdotal insight offers the possibility of a different approach to this iconic image. The details of the photograph's production can be found in the writing of art historian Regina Perry, the earliest scholar to publish widely on Van Der Zee. She writes, quote, "One of Van Der Zee's most popular image In one of Vanderzee's most popular images, this handsome couple posed on a Harlem street graced by beautiful brownstones. Thought to be hoofers, the term for dancers of the time, the couple drew Vanderzee out of his studio, requesting they be photographed with the brand new car, end quote. Vanderzee himself has explained that he encountered this couple for the first and last time the very day the photograph was taken. Why the couple coaxed Vanderzee out of the comfortable parlor room of his studio will never be known. However, what is clear is that the image of the couple epitomizes new Negro attributes. It also illustrates something else. Even before the couple was intentionally positioned next to the car, either by themselves or by Vanderzee, they needed to make another important decision. They had to decide who would take the photograph, or more specifically, which photography studio they would patronize. They intentionally selected Vanderzee's photography studio. For Vanderzee to succeed as a studio photographer, his work needed to be enticing for his clientele. What drew people into his studio went beyond the attributes that W.E.B. Du Bois celebrated in his support of Black photographers. In the frequently referenced 1923 Crisis issue, Du Bois pointedly asks, quote, "Why are there not more colored photographers?" End quote. The question is followed by Du Bois's insistence that Black photographers have the potential skill and eye to capture the beauty of African American skin as photographers of color, in contrast to the botched skin of Black sitters captured in the photographs of white photographers. It is possible to reframe Du Bois's question. The query shifts from who can effectively represent me to among the many, whom do I want to choose today from the queue of skillful practitioners? As scholarship often interrupts the obvious by calling into question foundational assumptions taken for granted, this presentation aims to rebuild a new common sense around Vanderzee's Harlem Renaissance years. Vanderzee's is often regarded as the Harlem photographer. Yet by reframing Vanderzee as one among many, I place him within a dynamic world of photography in Harlem filled with other ambitious photographers who were also intent on capturing aspects of the Black quotidian. Seeing Vanderzee's practice outside of singularity allows his work to provide a glimpse into the social realm that Black quotidian life affords. Indeed, Harlem served as a nexus for photographers during the Harlem Renaissance era. In fact, to take a bird's eye view of Harlem during the early 20th century would be to peer into a small but mighty subsection of Manhattan, bustling with the cultural and social activities known to Harlem streets, its civic centers, its churches, and most significantly, its many photography studios. If one were to create an aerial map of Manhattan with lights showing where the studios were located during the 1920s and 1930s, the grid of Harlem would consistently be illuminated. Such a map would provide convincing visual evidence of the widespread presence of Harlem photography studios. And the movement of lights, one light turning on as another turned off, would illustrate the transient nature of photography studios in Harlem. The world of Harlem studios might be still and present for a moment and then be altered due to the closing of one studio or the establishment of another. It was within this dynamic environment in which the studios were ever-changing but ever-present that James Vanderzee came to be a photographer sought out by people in Harlem. Here, his studio appears on the map on the right-hand side as a diamond outlined in red amongst a full world of studio photographers. Vandersea developed as an image maker among, besides, and because of other photographers, such as, for example, Eddie Elka, who poses with Vandersea in the photo booth portrait on the left. Little is known of these other image makers today. Many of their archives do not survive, or they have received less attention than Vandersea. It is nevertheless crucial to acknowledge and reconstruct this professional sphere of Harlem studio photographers in order to understand Vandersea's world and significance. As opposed to excelling as a singular talent, Vandersea thrived through social structures built to advance the success of photography in Harlem. The writer and activist Angela Davis first modeled this relational approach to Vandersea in a 1983 essay in which she insists, quote, "Although mainstream photography scholarship treats Vandersea as an exception, that is, if he is acknowledged at all, there must be more, many more," end quote. However, there is a lack of photographic evidence, a predicament that has long been at odds with art history's focus on the visual. Perhaps, at times, art history privileges the visual to its detriment. While James Small writes that, quote, "Art history, a field which is supposed to be based on the analysis of visual information, suffers in the area of African American art due to an incredibly lack or inaccessibility to high-quality visual reproductions of artwork," end quote. There are ways to reconcile this dilemma. Rather than privileging robust collections of images, the relationality of my research attends to how and why people of African descent cross paths and exercise a deep engagement with the visual, in this case, through and because of photography. It does so by putting stock in lists of addresses, print advertisements, and other materials referencing the mere existence of other photographers in lieu of extensive photographic examples. Compellingly, when other photographers are considered and seen in this relational world, Vandersea, at moments, gets lost in the crowd, illustrating the nuances of what it means to be part of something larger than just one. Such a shift is cause for wonder and curiosity as Vandersea becomes intrinsically linked to a Black creative space, animated by numerous image makers and not necessarily by their archives of work. A significant number of Harlem studio photographers did exist. Indeed, indirect clues infer the existence of an active photographic scene. For example, Vandersea's mention of Kodak salesmen visiting him and other studios in the neighborhood indicates, at the very least, a market base in the area. In addition, although Vandersea had a masterful skill for hand coloring, as evident in this example, his comment about professionals who went around and did retouching for the various photographers in the area supports this claim that a significant number of studios created a dynamic domain of photography. Within an archival file, a glimpse of Vandersea's peers emerges in text that did not survive the editorial process for a 1993 museum publication. Oops. An unpublished draft of one of the exhibition catalog entries states, "His wedding portraits have a unique delicacy and beauty. The photographer was so successful in photographing these rituals, he became admired by other photographers in the area," end quote. Exemplary of Vandersea's wedding portraits, this example on the screen rivals those of his peers, who were indeed numerous. Turn to a collection of scrapbooks by Black performer and model Maurice Hunter, spanning 1920 to 1962. Within the scrapbook's pages, Vandersea's work is arranged opposite to the work of peer photographer James Latimer Allen, whose studio was no more than a few blocks away. Next, consider the example of Walter Baker, an individual whose engagement with photography extended beyond his position as a photographer to his role as an active self-promoter and exhibitor. During his Harlem-based career, the Louisville, Kentucky native started a photography school for Black photographers under his own name. It was located in the same building as his studio. His school was likely one of 2 advertised schools in Harlem dedicated to teaching the medium at the time, the other one being the Cyrus School of Photography at 461 Lenox Ave. Baker maintained a roster of avid students, as shown here in the photograph of the finishing room on the right. William E. Woodward of the Woodward Photo Studios was drawn specifically to the location of Harlem. After beginning his career in Chicago, he eventually moved his studio, which he advertised as Photos of Style and Dignity. He moved it to Harlem around 1934. Jamaican-born Winifred Allen Hall operated her own studio on 7th Avenue, around the corner from the Lido Recreation Center at 160 West 164th Street, a location that drew crowds and therefore probably foot traffic for the studio. The Vernon and King Photo Studio on West 135th Street, which was located near the YMCA, a place so highly trafficked that the front desk guidebook became a valuable tool for tracking new arrivals. Twin brothers Marvin and Morgan Smith from the Nicholville, Kentucky, opened their first studio in 1939 at 141 West 125th Street in Harlem. In addition, photographer C.B. Campbell, originally from Shannon, North Carolina, highlighted the alterations and remodeling of his 7th Avenue studio in an article featured in the New York Amsterdam News. And last on this incomplete roll call, peer photographer R.E. Mercer contributed to the numerous photographic representations of the first Black millionaire, the New York-based Madam C.J. Walker, and her daughter, Alila Walker. Although Mercer and Vanderzee shared the Walker empire as a client, their engagements took different forms. Mercer traveled outside Harlem with his client, as this 1924 photograph he took at the Walkers' Villa Luera mansion in Irvington, New York, demonstrates. Photography and its production served as a part of Harlem's everyday landscape, and it allowed individuals to fashion their representation with the help of different studio photographers. Aside from the actual act of having one's likeness captured in the studio, the impact of passing not 1, not 2, but maybe 3 of these proprietors on a walk to the local grocery store would have positioned photography as an embedded feature of everyday life. While photographs within the home gave Black families an opportunity to become, as Bell Hooks describes, keepers of the walls, as well as curators who arranged photographs in order to illustrate relationships and genealogies, a similar paradigm was taking place through photography's literal presence throughout the streets of Harlem. And not just any streets, but the very streets on which history was often made through the processions of groups celebrating, commemorating, or resisting. Not just one studio, but many created a center of Black visual culture in Harlem through the medium of photography and the contours of the Black quotidian. So too did this environment significantly impact Vanderzee's life in photography. It can be surmised that each photographer had their cheering section within Harlem, that everyday people with very practical photographic needs each had their preferences, and that their preferences counted for a lot. So yes, in many ways, there were many Vanderzees, but they all went by different names and had different audiences determining their value and their significance. This, arguably, is a more realistic understanding of what Vanderzee's world of photography during the Harlem Renaissance entailed. A network of early 20th century image makers, patrons, and viewers who set the stage in ways that were consistently shifting and reforming depending on who you turned to or what newspaper you read. The voice of authority resided in whomever one chose to listen to. An important influence, of course, being one's own experience with walking into a local studio and posing before a talented photographer's camera. Indeed, individuals like the barefoot prophet depicted here in portraits from 3 different studios had a world of Harlem Renaissance photographers to choose from. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you very much, Denise, Isaac Poole, all the staff, volunteers, the wonderful faces, familiar faces that I see in the crowd, and all of the entities who had a hand in bringing this convening together. It is truly an honor to be here amongst such esteemed colleagues, creatives, and scholars whose work I have long admired. I appreciate the name of this session, Harlem as Nexus, because it embodies not only the vibrancy and spirit of the period, it acknowledges the interconnections that were taking place between artists working across mediums and who were undeniably inspired by the community, the period, and one another. Also, as the Director of Curatorial Affairs for the Smithsonian's National Portrait Gallery, I'm thrilled to be here this morning knowing there are key works in this exhibition on loan from the Smithsonian that help to fill out and tell the critical story of the Harlem Renaissance. Thanks to the brilliant curation of Denise Murrell, her approach to this topic recognized the interdisciplinary and trans-historical parallels between art and film history, therefore affording me the chance to be here speaking with you all today. In 2022, I curated an exhibition with Doris Berger that opened at the Academy Museum of Motion Pictures in Los Angeles, Regeneration, Black Cinema, 1898 to 1971. This project was 5 years in the making and showcased Black representation in cinema over the course of more than 7 decades. Central to this exhibition was the question, or is the question, of how African American points of view impacted cinematic storytelling and aesthetics. The exhibition, which is currently on view at the Detroit Institute of Arts, through June, presents historical material culture and films alongside contemporary art to offer a visual dialogue which reveals social, cultural, and historical urgencies that have persisted over decades. The 11,000 square foot exhibition was organized thematically and chronologically, starting at the dawn of the 19th century when cinema was in its infancy through the height of the civil rights movement. Like aspects of this Harlem Renaissance exhibition, particularly that of resuscitating and recovering works previously known or under-recognized, Regeneration did that for films that had either been considered lost or in need of major conservation. Working with archives and private collections all over the country and even internationally, we were able to include a variety of works in this show. And to that end, Regeneration opens with the vaudeville performers Saint Subtle and Gertie Brown in the 1898 film Something Good, Negro Kiss. It's a 20-second clip, the first one that you just saw, that until 2017 wasn't known to exist. It was discovered at an estate sale in Louisiana by a film archivist from University of Southern California, Dino Everett, working with another film scholar, Allison Nadia Field. And by examining technical aspects of the film, the pair identified the date, the film producer, and how it was sold, which also allowed them to learn about the title and how it was distributed. William Selig distributed this film through Sears and Roebuck. This second one that you're seeing here was a result of the way in which the first clip, the short clip, went viral. And it resulted in that version of the film being discovered in Norway. And that had been in storage and mislabeled for years. That longer version we just saw of this joyful scene is particularly poignant as it shows them in the context of dance or sketch, playing around, and showing them clearly as professionals. I start with that clip because it serves as a context for many of the ideals that emerge during the Harlem Renaissance in terms of portraying the Black subject in a modern way. If, as you saw, their attire, the composure, obvious talents, all are ideals that underpin the values and sentiments of the New Negro movement. So in addition to that clip, we also open by recognizing 4 individuals whose strong perspectives on images and art and whose social, cultural, and political significances serve as a theoretical framework for the show. Here I'm showing 2, W.E.B. Du Bois and Booker T. Washington. The other figures, however, were Sojourner Truth, I Sell the Shadow to Support the Substance, and Frederick Douglass, since they all, particularly in the case of Du Bois, were instrumental in helping to shape many of the ideals that anchor the Harlem Renaissance. By including these individuals, we explore questions of Blackness, modernity, and agency. The idea that Isabel Wilkerson brought forward this morning during that profound keynote speaker, the ideas of freedom, of individual sort of choice. These are what undergird the exhibition, and understanding how the new technology of photography and moving images and the power of representation were being explored. These 4 thinkers are examples of how people within the Black community at the time understood the power of visual storytelling, and it carried out well into the mid-20th century. The exhibition moved from the vaudeville clip that we saw in early cinema to race films. Special attention was given to the relationship between cinema and music, and it included this original illustration, a nightclub map of Harlem by the great African-American illustrator E. Sims Campbell, who worked for Esquire in the 1930s, was responsible for countless drawings in the magazine, and created the Esky, the mascot for Esquire. He also was very close friends with Cab Calloway, and they frequented many of the nightclubs, speakeasies, and watering holes seen on this illustrious map. And if there were an opportunity, there are hilarious sort of captions and sort of instructions of how one navigates the nightlife of Harlem in this map, this 1932 map. I thought to feature this work in this particular presentation because it embodies the spirit and energy of Harlem, and that we often see presented in many of the works of art that are currently on view in this exhibition. And we tried to present, Doris and I tried to present this, our exhibition, and this sort of joie de vivre of the Harlem Renaissance by creating a room that you can sort of see in the center that emulated a nightclub or a stage, and it features the monumental image of Freddie Washington in the 1929 film Black and Tan. That was also the film debut for Duke Ellington. There were, and to my right, that gown that you see in the blue was worn by Lena Horne in Stormy Weather, and we were able to get that conserved, and we found it in a private collection, and we're able to get it conserved and show that in the exhibition as well. So then this is another example of how it is being presented in Detroit at the Detroit Institute of Arts, where you literally walk in and you have this feeling of being engulfed by that spirit of a Harlem and a Harlem performing nightclub. Performers like Louis Armstrong, Cab Calloway, Count Basie, Bill Bojangles Robinson, all parlayed their musical careers into film when technology developed and sound was introduced. So Regeneration wanted to not only sort of honor that moment, but also consider the international aspects of Black film history, expanding the definition of African American cinema to include, like we do here in this exhibition, contributions by expatriate Americans. And it allows us to bring complexity to the discussion and acknowledge African American performers' outsized impact. It felt necessary for us to include case studies on people like Josephine Baker and Paul Robeson, or other writers and musicians who traveled abroad to break from the constrictions of racism in the United States. Works like Princess Tam Tam, which is also featured in this exhibition, were included to illustrate how there were certain individuals who had to leave this country in order to fully execute their potential. Race films were independently made productions with all Black cast, created between the 19-teens through the 1940s in all genres. So here I'm showing sort of another installation shot of our exhibition that was in California, where you can see the range of posters. Many of these films, because of the delicate nature of the medium, no longer exist, but we have the evidence through these markers of these posters. And this was, in filmmaking, was a very popular sort of activity, as independent filmmaker and producer William Foster noted in the Chicago Defender in 1913. Nothing has done so much to awaken the race consciousness of the colored man in the United States as the motion picture. It has made him hungry to see himself as he has come to be. So with this, if you are able to see the images here, you see Harlem was on their mind. Harlem becomes the stand-in for Black, if you will, because as you can see in many of these posters, there was either a Harlem reference, there's a Manhattan reference, more than 150, during this period of the 19-teens through the 40s, more than 150 independent companies attempted to produce and create and distribute Black cast films in all genres, offering tremendous opportunities for Black actors and cultural producers. These films really were about, again, as Isabel Wilkerson said, an expression, a cultural expression of freedom and potential. These cast and crews often worked with limited budgets, and some were often uncredited in films. Here is another example of an exhibition I did where, again, you can see that idea about Manhattan and Harlem that are sort of really, really popular in these beautifully ornate and designed posters. And this is another example of how the work is being presented in this show in Detroit. Again, these works were crafted primarily for and toward Black audiences, and by presenting a variety of cinematic expressions, these movies, at the very least, challenged the more pervasive attitudes of white filmmakers. Films from Jacksonville to Chicago, parts of Oklahoma to San Antonio, and westward to Los Angeles, these stories with complex characters were being produced and distributed all across the country. Attendees could watch films and laugh at race-specific inside jokes, which reflect the complicated relationship many African-American performers and moviegoers experienced while simultaneously navigating the restrictions of segregation. Portraiture is something we also see a lot in the Harlem Renaissance exhibition, and we also featured it in our own way throughout Regeneration. There is an entire wall dedicated to highlighting these accomplished performers on what we called a glamour wall. This was a way to recognize these performers who had major impacts within the African American community, but unfortunately, sometimes their credits were not sort of recognized in the film. So within that, you were able to sort of really give a moment to honor the various personalities that have really made a significant mark on the filmmaking industry over the years. And one of those individuals that we highlighted was a gentleman who was not only a performer, but a writer, a producer, and director, and that was named Spencer Williams. I wanted to just sort of show this early clip of a film that he has called Go Down Deaf. And I thought this opening clip really was important for us to identify sort of the ideas and the principles that really anchored these performers as they took on this task. They identify the players, if you will, but there's a forward in this, and you saw that in a lot of these films. But this one is recognizing James Weldon Johnson. So they're giving the sort of purpose of what they're doing for this piece, for this short film, this film that was about a feature-length film, and to think that these individuals are doing this in the period of the teens, the 30s and the 40s. So I just wanted to sort of highlight that this work really embodies a lot of the things that would be reminiscent in paintings we would see by Archibald Motley, perhaps. You could see works by many other artists and painters. The scene, how he's setting it up, I thought about where he's playing gamblers. I'm like, this could be The Liars or The Plotters by Archibald Motley. There are just this idea also around aspiration and dance and sort of frivolity are important notions that we, again, experience when we're walking through the exhibition and understanding sort of that energy that these artists are conveying in many of their portraits. And then I will conclude with this work by Oscar Michaud that again does that same kind of work that we just saw in Go Down Deaf, where he, in fact, gave another foreword that sets this up. I didn't include it for time, but it sets it up that talks about the great migration. And then this becomes, then that sets up what we're watching now, which was all of these wonderfully well-dressed, talented 10th individuals sort of celebrating and sort of acknowledging, being in the moment of celebration. This was really an important counterbalance to what individuals were experiencing on a day-to-day, and this allowed them to have a moment to reflect and enjoy their time.
Sure thing. Now listen, I keep an eye open, and at the first opportunity, We'll slip away.
All right, where? Upstairs?
That would be fine.
Okay.
So, in conclusion, it is obvious that there were inspirations and connections taking shape at this moment that traversed all mediums and genres. And Harlem became the metaphor, a state of being for aspiration, for talent and creativity that reverberates throughout all aspects of the world, including filmmaking. Thank you very much.
I'm also delighted to be with you all today. I would like to express my thanks and gratitude to Denise Murrell for the invitation to participate in today's convening, and to the Metropolitan Museum of Art and all involved in organizing today. This presentation places a spotlight on the early career of international modernist sculptor Ronald Moody's time living and exhibiting in Europe and the United States during the interwar period. Moody's portraiture practice is also used to illustrate the interconnectedness of key Black figures, some related to the Harlem Renaissance. The presentation utilizes the papers of Ronald Moody, TGA 956, held by Tate Archive, and highlights the forensic archival work and labor of Cynthia Moody, the artist's niece, in ensuring and preserving Moody's legacy alongside curatorial methods. Ronald Clive Moody came from a prominent middle-class family. His siblings were respected medical and legal professionals. Ronald's older brother, Harold, for example, had arrived in Britain from Jamaica in 1904 to study medicine at King's College London. Graduating at the top of his class in London in 1910, his experiences of racism, prejudice, as a medical student, finding lodgings, and as a highly qualified doctor seeking employment, motivated him to address the issues and impact of the existing colour bar. He founded the League of Coloured Peoples in London in 1931. Moody arrived in England from Jamaica in the spring of 1923, ready to begin his studies at the Royal Dental Hospital at King's College. Moody began to spend more and more time visiting galleries and museums, and in 1928, he made a fateful trip to the British Museum. On entering the Egyptian room, he was transfixed by the tremendous inner force, the living inner silence, and the irrepressible movement in the stillness which some of the pieces possessed. It was in this moment he resolved to become a sculptor. With no formal art training, Moody sought the guidance of artistic friends, like the sculptor Leon Underwood and painter Edward Lacey, experimenting with plasticine and using leftover plaster from practical dental work. Through trial and error and perseverance, he gained confidence. Moody qualified as a dentist in 1930. In 1934, he set up his practice in central London and moved into a garden flat with a greenhouse attached, which becomes his studio. It is here that he begins his artistic career, but also a lifelong studio practice. With trepidation, he begins to carve what will later become the impressive head that is Wohin. Moody's first exhibition, Negro Art, takes place in 1935 at the Adams Gallery, London, a group exhibition that included Jacob Epstein, Aileen Agar, and John Banting. The journalist and biographer, Mary Seaton, was one of the first people to pay attention to Moody's work. Seaton, who wrote Paul Robeson's 1958 biography, was so impressed by Wohin, she purchased it. Seaton becomes a champion of Moody's art and a lifelong friendship begins. Alberto Cavalcanti, the Brazilian documentary filmmaker who was working in London at the time, also saw Wohin and was so impressed he invited Moody to exhibit in Paris and was instrumental in arranging his solo show. In 1937, Moody exhibits 15 pieces in total at Galerie Billets Formes, Paris and attracts a positive reception. Moody's positive critical reception is captured in Cynthia Moody's oversized, uncatalogued scrapbooks, organized meticulously by decade, that chronologically chart his career. There are translations by Cynthia of newspaper cuttings from French art journals, newspapers, and magazines. The monthly art review Gazette de Beaux Arts on the 11th of November 1937 stated, "All the best qualities of technique are to be found in Ronald Moody's art. Understanding of the material used, discrimination, pursuit of style, which nonetheless never goes as far as to erase the human quality of his subjects. Freedom of execution, but at the same time, respect for discipline. These qualities are nowhere more apparent than in the artist's wood carvings. Indeed, the role they play in the creation of a work is underlined in the material used. The grain of the wood accentuates the modeling of a face, animates the space, the surface, and gives life to the whole. It is as though the artist, through intuition or perfect knowledge of his medium, had been able to divine the peculiarities of the grain before starting to carve." In January 1938, he shows the same 15 artworks in another solo exhibition at Kunsthal van Leer, Amsterdam. The exhibition is arranged with the help of Mary Seaton, who was friends with the Dutch gallery owner and art dealer Karel van Leer. Despite the deep concern expressed by friends, the idea of France falling felt unimaginable to Ronald. Encouraged by the warm reception and positive reviews, and with the amazing faith and optimism of a young artist, Moody in the summer of 1938 moves to Paris with Helen Copel-Cowan, a friend and aspiring painter. Helen, alongside her sister Phyllis, owned Appleton Woodworks and provided the wood for some of Moody's iconic early works. Soon they arrive in Paris and the two marry. Helen and his sculpture would become the two sustaining forces in his life. The Moody's moved into a 2-floor home with studio near Montparnasse. Ronald's knowledge of colloquial French increased rapidly. Life in Paris for Moody was stimulating. He was enamored and nourished by how the city appreciated everything about art. He recalled, "One discussed to all hours of the night one's ideas on art in the cafes over an inexpensive cup of coffee or wine. All this contributed to the indefinable something in the atmosphere which is peculiar to Paris and which makes hard work a pleasure." In June 1938, Moody exhibited his newest work, Tacit, with Madons, which is now part of the National Gallery of Jamaica's permanent collection at the 16th Salon de Tuileries. Next, he exhibits at the Galerie L'Equipe in July. Then in October, he's part of a group exhibition there. December 1938 to January 1939, Moody exhibits with Henri Matisse in a group show, Tropics, once again at Galerie Billet Forms. Ronald continues to live, work, and exhibit in Paris until, in his words, Hitler decided to end his career. On the 1st of November 1939, the Moody's moved to a small flat in the Latin Quarter of Paris. The Moody's were fully integrated into the Montparnasse scene. Friends included the photographers Willie Maywood and Man Ray. Moody's address books are a wealth of information regarding his artistic networks. When war was declared, the British Consulate General advised British citizens who were resident in Paris to stay put. Few galleries remained open. Despite these difficult times, Moody managed to produce some of the most serene works. Moody's last group show opened on the 11th of April, 1940, titled Material and Form, at the Galerie René Breteau, and included friend Cobus Hukas. Moody and Hukas shared a studio. They both abandoned their artworks and tools once they had to flee. The Moody's fled only 2 days before the Germans entered with Wilfredo Lamb and 8 other friends. Moody eventually returns to Britain in 1941. Amid this ordeal, he carves the tiny Marcel figure, which he carried in his pocket as a kind of talisman. The need to create was irresistible, and within 6 months, he had written a series of 24 poems titled Marseille. After the war, Moody returned to Paris in December 1946 to organize an exhibition at Galerie Jean Castel in spring 1948. But due to him being diagnosed with tuberculosis in 1947, he was forced to postpone his exhibition in Paris and the one planned the year later after in Amsterdam, again at Castel van Leer. In 1939, Contemporary Negro Art Touring Exhibit is being organized by the Harlem Foundation, and the director, Mary Beatty Brady, in a memorandum to Evelyn S. Brown, the assistant director, expresses interest in investigating whether Moody had something unusual to bring to the attention of the people in this country. Brown suggests that Elmer Carter might be able to provide context. Carter at the time was the editor of the National Urban League's publication, Opportunity, Journal of a Negro Life. Carter points the foundation in the direction of Judge James S. Watson, a fellow countryman of Jamaica and New York's first African-American judge to be elected to the New York City Municipal Court. Mary Seton learns of the Foundation's inquiry through a serendipitous encounter at the English Speaking Union event. She meets Watson whilst he's visiting London. Seton follows up with the Harlem Foundation, advocating on Moody's behalf. The Contemporary Negro Art was conceived by writer, philosopher, and patron of the arts, Alain Locke. Moody exhibits 12 sculptural pieces alongside the artworks of Aaron Douglas, Richmond Barthé, Sargent C. Johnson, and Lois M. Jones. In Jeffrey C. Stewart's biography, The New Negro, The Life of Alain Locke, he states the enduring, iconic image of the two young children looking up at the monumental mask-like sculpture, Midonce, is demonstrative of what Locke aimed to achieve with the exhibition. The children display hope, optimism, and wonder at the huge possibilities before them. The artist, curator, and scholar David A. Bailey recalls and credits Richard J. Powell for reconnecting this iconic image of Midonce at the Baltimore Museum of Art exhibit back to Moody, bringing it to wider recognition when it was published in Rhapsodies in Black, Art of the Harlem Renaissance in 1997. In 1940, his works are shown at Howard University Art Gallery, then Chicago's World Fair American Negro Exposition, then Columbia University, and then on to Wellesley College. The war came and Ronald Moody's artworks remained in the custody of the Harlem Foundation until 1952. Over an extended period, Moody tries to get his works returned. With the support of Mary Seton, the works are eventually shipped back to England, all except Midonce. In 1966, the Harlem Foundation was dismantled. Moody made one last attempt to have Midonce returned. His letter remained unanswered. He never saw Midonce again, a loss and a grief that he never reconciled. Moody's portraiture practice connects and highlights us further to key figures, including those connected to the Harlem Renaissance. In 1946, Ronald Moody created a portrait of his brother a year before he died. Harold was encouraged and inspired by the NAACP, specifically the Howard University professor of history, Charles Wesley, who was a member and was visiting London in 1931 as a Guggenheim Fellow. Moody also created a portrait of singer, actor, and civil rights campaigner Paul Robeson in 1968. Robeson was a member of the League of Colored Peoples and a friend of Ronald Moody. The conductor, clarinetist, and journalist Rudolph Dunbar was also a friend of Moody. Dunbar performed in the Plantation Orchestra for C.B. Cochrane's Blackbird's Review, which traveled to London via France and starred the enigmatic Florence Mills. Unfortunately, the location of Moody's 1959 concrete and fiberglass portrait of Dunbar is unknown. Letters from biologist Cedric Dover to Moody in 1959 evidence that there was a plan for him to create a portrait of W.E.B. Du Bois when he was visiting London with his wife Shirley Graham. Dover was in the process of producing the publication American Negro Art at the time. I was introduced to Moody through the research and public program of Dr. Gemma Romaine and Dr. Caroline Bressi at the Equiano Center and Dr. Debbie Chalice at UCL. Through curatorial research projects such as Drawing Over the Color Line, Geographies of Art, and Cosmopolitan Politics in London, 1919 to 1939, 2012, and The Fusion of Worlds, Ancient Egypt, African Art and Identity in Modernist Britain, 2014, which were based on the outcomes of their research examining the archives of art collections that included the Slade School of Fine Art, the Royal Academy, and the Tate, as well as personal papers to uncover lives of men and women from the diaspora who studied or worked as artists and artist models in London during the interwar period, like Ronald. Soon after Moody died, Cynthia Moody found a reference to Madonce on a press clipping from 1938 and was instantly compelled. Having known how much this piece had meant to her uncle, she became determined to find Madonce and restore it to the artist's collection. It took Cynthia a decade to find it. She was directed to Hampton University Museum. They'd had Madonce on loan from the Harlem since 1958. After 57 years of absence, Madonce was returned to Cynthia in 1994. It is now part of the Tate's permanent collection. Cynthia stated that she was not prepared for the immensity of its presence. In 2015, I experienced that immensity when Madonce took center stage in Romaine and Bressi's collaborative exhibition, Spaces of Black Modernism, London 19 to 1939, held at Tate Britain. 2024 marks 40 years since Moody died. His inclusion in the Harlem Renaissance and Transatlantic Modernism exhibition is a conduit that aids us in not only revisiting Moody's emerging career during the interwar period, but it helps us to reconnect archival genealogies. Furthermore, Denise Murrell's curatorial methods in this space, in this place, contribute to sustaining his international legacy and reputation, whilst invoking the possibilities of fresh retrospective archival constellations that explore Black modernity in relation to key artistic friendships, artistic practice, geographies, past, present, and future. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Metropolitan Museum of Art, for bringing us all together. This is amazing. I'm just having a ball. Thank you. The subtitle, the invisible subtitle of my talk is How to Talk About Harlem as Nexus in 15 Minutes. It is understandable that since bringing to light James Van Der Zee's photographs of the unknown raccoon coat-wearing couple posing in a Cadillac on a residential street in Harlem, that either he, his discoverers, or the custodians of his artistic legacy would privilege the emblematic close-up of this attractive pair. These personifications of what subsequent generations have imagined the Harlem Renaissance embodied, elegance, urbanity, and pride, along with a good measure of audacity, captivate us and preempt us from turning our attention to the less celebratory aspects of that era and its socioeconomic residuals, such as widespread unemployment, devastating poverty, the occasional yet stinging acts of criminal violence and socially sanctioned racial discrimination. Instead, we focus on a beautiful lady and a handsome gentleman, indulge in jazz age nostalgia and romanticism, and allow the refracted light from the automobile's chassis to hypnotize us in a consumerist fantasy, which, despite our physical distance from this scene, instigates an all-enveloping desire by way of Van der Zee's technical skills and keen artistic eye. But, as seen in the more infrequently reproduced variant of James Van der Zee's famous portrait, something inexplicably happens when his picture expands beyond its Roland Barthes punctum of a sexy couple in a fancy car. First of all, we're immediately struck by Van der Zee's powerful composition, where the modern automotive industry meets New York's fin de siècle architecture in a wholly inventive, hierarchical symmetry. Unlike the mid-range portrait's haptic fixations on fur, metal, and faces, the more inclusive photograph makes the quintessential Manhattan brownstone unavoidably visible. Its brick and sandstone facade pictorially figuring not merely as background, but as an elaborate two-dimensional pattern framing these representatives of the new Negro and their chrome and steel throne in profile. Again, Van der Zee's staged exterior figural setting, with its frontal orientation and one-point perspective, extended Brunelleschi's 15th century advances in depicting the built environment into an altogether contemporary Renaissance moment and ethos, informed by a Cartesian urban grid and a conspicuously Black metropole. Taking in the entirety of James Van der Zee's photographic subjects, one is able to survey Harlem's grand stone and body politic forests, instead of confining one's view to individual eye-catching specimens. Paradoxically, by looking at James Van der Zee's more expansive photograph of the two Harlemites on West 127th Street, an address that was provided by Van der Zee, other pictorial details come into greater focus, such as the numbers painted on the transom window of the round arch door brownstone immediately behind the car and couple. Although somewhat blurry, with magnification and image sharpening tools, the numbers appear to be 214, which would make the address of the brownstone 214 West 127th Street. Constructed during the speculative building boom that created Harlem in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, 214 West 127th Street became one of many of the residential magnets for New Yorkers looking to escape the overcrowding of Midtown and Lower Manhattan. Architects built this and other Harlem row houses with standardized designs and materials, primarily in the Italianate style, filling the once empty blocks with single-family homes sold to families of Dutch, German, and English ancestry. By 1904, nearly all of the undeveloped land in Harlem had been built upon, but a combination of inflation and property vacancies led to a real estate crash. Seeing an opportunity for profit, especially as older ethnic European communities began to immigrate from the area, African-American real estate entrepreneurs began to bring Black tenants into these vacant Harlem properties. By 1910, census records show Central Harlem as being 10% Black. By 1930, the Black population had increased to more than 70%. Sometime during the 1920s, the composer Harry Lawrence Freeman, his wife, the soprano and actress Carlotta Freeman, and his son, the baritone Valdo Freeman, moved into 214 West, 127th Street. The Freemans had lived in New York City since 1908, having migrated from Cleveland, Ohio, with the elder Freeman initially working as the musical director for the Bob Cole and James and Rosamond Johnson musical comedy company, and later serving as the musical director of the Salem United Methodist Episcopal Church, and also founding Harlem's first Negro Grand Opera Company. Freeman wrote several operas during his lifetime, including his most famous one, Voodoo, which had the distinction in 1928 of being the first opera written by an African American to be performed on Broadway. In 1929-30, Freeman won the prestigious Harmon Foundation Award for Distinguished Achievements among African Americans in the field of music. Stories in the New York Amsterdam News and New York Age suggest that the Freeman's home was the site for numerous recitals and poetry readings, and was the gathering place for such Harlem Renaissance classical music notables as Marian Anderson, Jules Bledsoe, Taylor Gordon, and Katerina Jabaro. That 214 West 127th Street, the setting for James Vanderzee's famous photograph, was itself noteworthy in Harlem's cultural history, gives this image added signification, and argues for possible connections between the iconic couple and their strategic placement within this carefully composed picture. Having arrived in Harlem only a few years before the Freemans, Vanderzee was a skilled pianist and violinist in his own right, and he performed in these early years in a local band known as the Harlem Orchestra. Although he was recognized as one of Harlem's leading photographers at the time of his photo shoot on West 127th, Vanderzee's musical predilections would have made him all too cognizant of the artistic reputation of the Freemans and of the notoriety of 214 West 127th as a destination for classical singers, instrumentalists, opera aficionados, and music lovers. But the questions still remain as to the circumstances surrounding this particular photographic assignment and the identities of the dapper Harlem couple. Given the assumed 20s to 30s chronological ages of the woman, I think I've got to back up here. Yes. Okay. Given the assumed 20s to 30s chronological ages of the woman and man, neither Harry nor Carlotta Freeman in 1932, 64, and 55, respectively, are likely candidates for attributable identifications. Their son Valdo, around 32 years old when the photograph was taken, could conceivably be the seated man in Deep Shadows, although additional research is required to confidentially make that match. Similarly, Valdo Freeman's one-time girlfriend and future wife, Anita Granum Freeman, who would have been 24 years old in 1932, could feasibly be the confident, cloche hat-wearing woman whose position outside of the Cadillac's convertible top cab hovers between a conspicuous fashion statement and a subliminally gendered accessorial status. The art historian Regina Perry noted that Vanderzee, in hindsight, identified the couple as hoofers, or dancers in that era's lively show business scene. Then again, the couple could simply also be two of James Vanderzee's thousands of now unnameable former clients who, riding through Harlem's business districts and residential areas one day, happened to stop on West 127th Street between 7th and 8th Avenues. And as a consequence of Vanderzee's inimitable attentions to composition, chiaroscuro, and the modern zeitgeist were photographed for posterity. As is always the case with photography, the camera caught foreverness of those posers and their perfectly proportioned mise en scène would eventually come to exist only in art. Minutes, no seconds, after James Vanderzee took these shots of the people, vehicle, and location, the configuration disappeared from existence. If indeed the couple were part of the Freeman and Granum families, the former would continue to reside at 214 West 127th until Harry Lawrence Freeman died at his home on March 24, 1954. And only 3 months later, Carlotta Freeman would also die there. Although Valdo and Anita Freeman would continue to live at 214 West 127th, large-scale infrastructural decline in Upper Manhattan, catalyzed by post-war urban flight, resulted in the city's efforts to reduce inner-city blight. Urban redevelopment plans included widespread property acquisitions in Harlem made on behalf of the city, including the procurement of 214 West 127th. And this led to its demolition in the early 1960s, and in its place, the construction of a new elementary school, PS 154. Perhaps fitting in with the musical acclaim of 214 West 127th, PS 154, which goes today by the name the Harriet Tubman Learning Center, has the distinction of being designed by Paul Revere Williams, one of the foremost architects of the 20th century, and one of the very few African-American architects working on a racially non-exclusionary national level. Known principally for his public and private buildings in Southern California and the extravagant homes he designed for such Hollywood celebrities as Frank Sinatra, Danny Thomas, Lucille Ball, and Desi Arnaz, Williams essentially has no architectural footprint in New York, the sole exception being PS 154. Taking up over half of the city block, Williams' mid-20th century modernist facade for the elementary school, replete with a turquoise ceramic tile exterior wall on its east end, and 3 Harlem Renaissance-inspired zigzag concrete insets along its street-facing front side to the west, invokes the ghost of its prior inhabitants, the arias and arpeggios of the Freemans, as well as the previous building's cantilevered bay windows and other ornamental features, all channeling subliminal artistic energies and an ecumenical aesthetic that Williams unconsciously funneled into his mid-1960s design. Could a comparable telepathizing of West 127th's past, including James Vanderzee's more comprehensive Brunelleschian photograph, be at work in Daoud Bey's Young Man, West 127th Street? Having spent so much time in Harlem in the past, Bey told art historian and curator Maurice Berger, I have been increasingly struck by the ways in which the community has physically changed and at increasingly rapid pace. I want to find a visual language, Bey continued, that would allow me to make a visually compelling and evocative representation of those changes happening to the place I came to know all those years ago, and to provoke thinking about the parts of it that were disappearing. Like James Van Der Zee's one-point perspective photograph, Daoud Bey's image of West 127th acknowledged the contours of the camera's view, the streets, construction-related fencing, the large barriers, assorted signage, and distant buildings all squared and plumbed within the photograph's rectangular proportions. But unlike Van Der Zee's stylish couple in a Cadillac, Bey's centrally positioned young man is corporeally incommunicado. His anonymous hoodie and jacket-clothed form a mystery, subtitled by the warning signs and inchoate graffiti which surround him, and geographically situated by the directional street signs in the far upper right corner. Making portraits in Harlem at this moment, 2015, didn't just feel right, like the right response, Bey said about his shift in this and in his other concurrent Harlem images. I wanted to make photographs of the place that function as a metaphorical suggestion of the shifts taking place. So I had to devise a different visual language in order to achieve that. One might say that in the larger brownstone version of couple wearing raccoon coats with a Cadillac, West 127th Street, James Van Der Zee had also arrived at a different visual language, a lingua imago that, if not metaphorically alluding to a changing Harlem, then certainly one that artistically brought to bear Harlem's environmental and cultural elements to more effectually portray that community. Like a flesh and blood geographic information system, Van Der Zee fused his interpersonal skills with the schematic, substructural vision of a cyborg, resulting in a picture that brilliantly visualized one of the Harlem Renaissance's most important cultural nodes. Combining portraiture with Harlem's characteristic architecture and mixed-use urban planning, Van Der Zee anticipated the idea of Harlem as Nexus in this, his most reproduced photograph, and in such an image that is proposed by my colleague, art historian Emily Boone, in her thoughtful new monograph about James Van Der Zee's photography, might be placed alongside books, essays, objects, or personal memories that activate new correlations of histories, narratives, and approaches. Thank you.
Thank you to everyone who has spoken this morning. Emily, Ria, Ego, and Rick. We are going to close the auditorium now for a short break, about an hour. You're welcome to get some lunch. The cafes and of the museum are open, or perhaps enjoy the exhibition. And we look forward to seeing you back here at 2 p.m. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. I am honored, absolutely honored, to moderate this conversation, Legacies of Harlem on my mind, between Dr. Bridget Cooks and Dr. Lowry Stokes Sims. Lowry is joining us remotely, virtually this afternoon. In 2021, the Met opened an exhibition, Making the Met, delayed by COVID, celebrating its 150th anniversary. In the accompanying catalog, an essay by Met staff, including Kelly Baum and Sylvia Yount, noted that the museum's 1969 exhibition, Harlem on My Mind, had been developed during preparations for a similar celebration of its 100th year. The Met announced its intention to present, quote unquote, present Harlem's achievements and contributions into American life and to New York City. But when the exhibition opened, it did not include any works by Black artists or any paintings, drawings, or sculpture. There were images by Black photographers, including James Vanderzee, but they were presented in blown-up dioramas more consistent with ethnographic museum displays than those of an art museum. The resulting controversy included extended protest pickets in front of the Met by the Black Emergency Cultural Commission, newly formed by Black artists including Ramir Bearden, Benny Andrews, and Norrin Lewis. Their demands for more inclusive exhibition and staffing policies led to fitful changes at the Met in subsequent decades and at museums nationwide, and those changes still reverberate today. I'm pleased to introduce two speakers whose groundbreaking work has been definitive in shaping the fraught legacy of Harlem on my mind for museum practice and in critical discourse, from the immediate aftermath of the exhibition through to today. Bridget Cooks is a scholar and curator of American art. Her research focuses on Black visual culture and museum criticism. She serves as Chancellor's Fellow and Professor of African American Studies and Art History at the University of California, Irvine. Her books, articles, and essays can be found widely across interdisciplinary academic publications and art exhibition catalogs. Dr. Cooks is most well known as the author of the book, Exhibiting Blackness, African Americans and the American Art Museum, published in 2011 by the University of Massachusetts Press, which received the inaugural James A. Porter and David C. Driscoll Book Award in African American Art History. Dr. Larry Stokes Sims served on the education and curatorial staff of the Metropolitan Museum of Art from 1972 to 1999. And as executive director and president of the Studio Museum in Harlem from 2000 to 2007, and she retired as curator emerita from the Museum of Art and Design, where she worked from 2007 to 2015. Dr. Sims received her PhD in art history in 1995 from the CUNY Graduate School. She holds a BA cum laude in art history from Queens College, where she was elected to Phi Beta Kappa, and an MA in art history from Johns Hopkins University. She was a visiting professor at the Institute of Fine Arts, New York University from 2018 to 2020. And the 2021-22 Kress Beinecke Professor at the Center for Advanced Study in the Visual Arts at the National Gallery of Art in Washington, D.C. I'm now pleased to welcome Dr. Cooks to the podium.
All right, well, thank you, Dr. Murrell and Dr. Sims. This is really a dream come true, this whole situation. It's another great day to be a Black woman. I mean, and I get to sit between two of my queens, you know, so it's a lot. Thank you so much for the work that you're doing and for everybody who's been helping. The HBCUs are all represented here in the front. And it's a really wonderful place to be. So I just want to provide some more background and some images to what Dr. Murrell has already been talking about with this now infamous exhibition from 1969 titled Harlem on My Mind, a Cultural Capital of Black America, 1900 to 1968. This is a photograph taken of the facade of the museum by Lloyd Yearwood, who I was able to meet before he passed shortly after my book was published. And he is one of the few Black photographers who had work in the exhibition. And he gave me permission to publish this photograph in my book. The exhibition was on view from January to April in 1969. And it promised to be an exhibition that was an overview history of Harlem from 1900 to 1968 in 13 galleries here at the Met. It was an enormous show in rooms with very high ceilings, separated into 6 decade-long thematic sections. And as has been stated, even though this was it promised to be a really wonderful idea, right? This is the first time that the Met is going to focus on Black American culture. It's the first time that there's an exhibition on Harlem. The 2 men who were in charge of the exhibition, Thomas Hoving, who was the director of the Met at the time, and Alan Schoner, who was director of exhibitions, decided that they were the best people to represent Harlem at the Met. They actively refused to have any input by Black artists in Harlem. There's a number of letters that I recount in my Exhibiting Blackness book between Schoner and the great Romare Bearden, where he's basically saying, you're about to make a really big mistake, let me help you. And over and over again, Schoner declines. So I'll just give you some sense of what the exhibition looked like. This is one of the exhibition spaces where you can see a large photo mural of a photograph by James Van Der Zee. This exhibition really was the revitalization of his career. Reginald McGee, who was the person in charge of the photo selection for the exhibition, found these photographs in negatives in the trash in Harlem, and they were on the street, on the sidewalk, and then he went to the door that was nearest to it and knocked and said, why are these photographs here? Who are you? And he says, I'm James Van Der Zee. So these works became part of the collection just recently at the Met. They were a big part of the exhibition in '69 as well. These sort of black cylindrical things that you're seeing from the ceiling are sound speakers, sort of focused sound speakers. And the organizers, Schoner and Hoving, really thought about this as a multimedia extravaganza, right? They wanted to show new technology and what can be done in terms of the application of the technology into the museum. They were not really interested in the kind of deep scholarly research that we see in the exhibition upstairs or communicating with African American artists. More examples here. At the time in the late 1960s, really through much of the 1970s, photography was not considered by most photographers or visual artists who worked in different traditional forms like sculpture and painting to be art. Okay, so even though now we think about photography as art, at this time it really wasn't. And so one of the things that makes Harlem on My Mind significant is that it was the first exhibition that the Met did that focused on Black people, and the first exhibition and the only exhibition they've ever done that didn't have any art in it. So it set us on a pathway, right? We're like, how is this possible? So it set mainstream American art museums on a pathway to feel free to dismiss the work of African American artists. And so there's a lot of poetry for us today to have the exhibition that's upstairs, right? Because it contains some of the work that should have been in this exhibition in 1969. Okay. just giving you an overview with some of these installation shots. The Jewish Defense League and the BECC, the Black Emergency Cultural Coalition that Dr. Murrell has mentioned, separately protested the exhibition. Okay, and this is the great Norman Lewis, who is wearing a sandwich board with his, that's White of Hoving, and again, Hoving was the director of the Met at the time. Tom Hoving, so we have Tricky Tom, okay, with this Jack in the Box, okay, and a larger sort of view from across the street so you can see what opening days looked like at the Met. The catalog was published 4 different times. I'm giving you just an example of the covers. And each iteration of the catalog was a little bit different. And I have the dates and when they were published up there for you to see. I also, in 2016, wrote a short piece in Aperture about the history of this very fraught catalog. And each catalog seemed to be an attempt by the authors to get validation of the show. We really didn't do anything wrong. You know, look at the catalog, let's tell you what we were trying to do, give us another chance. And so this goes on for decades. One of the problems with the catalog was that there was an introduction which was taken from a term paper by a young Black woman, she was 17 years old, named Candace Van Ellison, who went to Roosevelt High School in the Bronx. And she was encouraged to have part of her term paper, which was about race relations between Jewish people, Irish people, and African American people in Harlem as an introduction to the catalog and the exhibition. And the Jewish Defense League said, this is absolutely racist. What she was saying about what she called a natural animosity between Blacks and Jews was very upsetting to many people. There was eventually a stoppage of selling the catalog here at the museum, but you could still buy it at retail stores. But it came with this insert of this letter coming from Hoving saying, sorry, and then also the shorter paragraph at the bottom is by Van Ellison saying, you know, this was my experience. Part of the afterlife of the actual exhibition panels I'm showing you here. This is from one of the reading rooms at the Schomburg Library in Harlem. And I was doing research for my book and was taken to a reading room so I could look at the materials. And I was just looking around and I saw these pictures on the wall. And these were actual panels from the exhibition, which was really surprising to me. So the Met did not retain the panels of photographs that they used for the exhibition. They went to the Schomburg. And they also went to an HBCU in Orangeburg, South Carolina. So I was writing my book and a friend wrote me, Kim Pender, and she said, have you seen Harlem on My Mind? And I was like, what are you talking about? She goes, it's up in South Carolina. I need more than 5 minutes to tell you about all of this stuff. Anyway, they had another version of the exhibition there. They did it in 2 parts, part 1 and part 2. It didn't go completely through 1968. And another version of the catalog. So I'm showing you here, this is the complete cover of the catalog. And you can see it's the Stanbeck Museum and Planetarium. I went to Orangeburg, of course, to see this exhibition. And I was really surprised and disappointed that there was no mention of the controversy at all, that it was just reproduced as it was in 1969 without any mention of Black advocacy, the BECC, the Jewish Defense League. None of that was mentioned. And I think that's my last slide. Yeah.
Thank you, Bridget, for...
Thank you.
thank you for taking us through, Bridget, this history that I think many of us know generally about, but with that degree of specificity, I think you've really helped a lot of us to get a fix on exactly what did unfold during this period. And I would now like to bring Dr. Lowry Stokes Sims into the conversation. Lowry was hired by the Met in 1972, just 3 years after the closing at the Met of this exhibition, and she soon became the first Black curator at the Metropolitan Museum of Art in its entire history. Larry, could you describe the context within which you arrived at the Met, how your position evolved over the years, how you were able to navigate to achieve your objectives for this position?
Well, thank you, Denise, and hello, Bridget, and hello, all my friends in the audience. Sorry I can't be with you today. I think the important thing to note is that when I was hired in the Community Programs Department in 1972, the Met had set up the department to sort of address some of the issues that Bridget talked about and Denise mentioned in terms of what was the museum's relationship to the community. So this was a sort of basic outreach kind of situation. But I was very lucky because I walked into an environment in New York City in which this whole issue around institutions, their relationships to their audience, particularly not what they call non-traditional audiences, was hotly debated. And there were some very positive steps that were taken that put Harlem on my mind into context. For instance, in the late 60s, El Museo del Barrio was started in a school system in Harlem by parents. They wanted to have a vehicle by which they could sort of talk to their kids about their culture. The Studio Museum was started in 1967 up in Harlem. That was coming from MoMA, but it was like Eleanor Holmes Norton and several other people who really were sort of interested in sort of having something very specific happen in the community in Harlem. You had then the Met starting to sort of talk about decentralization. So it wasn't just community outreach, it was decentralization in a way that they could sort of share their resources and make their resources available to smaller institutions. So the Met was very instrumental in the founding of the Bronx Museum and also the Queens Museum. And in fact, one of my jobs in community programs was something called the Borough Exhibitions Program, in which I worked with institutions to come up with themes and ideas for exhibitions from the Met's collection and then sort of present them. We had a lot of programs in community programs that were workshops that allowed people to sort of have the experience with different types of art forms. Then the key point of the workshops was that you brought in the different community groups to the museums so that the participants could also experience the artwork in history that they were learning how to do in the workshops. I also worked with senior citizens centers. This was a big population that was not being served by cultural institutions. And so I put together a group of retired teachers who wanted to volunteer, but would not necessarily fit into the docent program. And we sort of helped them develop lectures. I hired somebody to sort of take the slide projector, this is, very analog here, out to the centers for them, set it up. And so they began to do that. And the wonderful people involved there stayed with the museum sometimes into their 80s, like in terms of doing that. So there was a lot of ferment going on. I think that Harlem on My Mind got so much attention because it was the Met. It was also the fact that the expectations of the exhibition were not met. In other words, using fine arts in the exhibition. But, you know, at the same time, the Whitney was being sort of accosted because of an exhibition they did on painting and sculpture in the 1930s. And they did not include any Black artists. So Henri Ghent, who was a real sort of community force, who ran the community gallery eventually in Brooklyn Museum, he organized an exhibition at the Studio Museum that redressed that situation. So what I was lucky enough to sort of walk into was a context in which I had a lot of colleagues in and outside the museum who had a common purpose to really expand for the public a notion of what cultures was, whose culture was being represented, but more importantly, the whole idea that cultures, the expression of these cultures should be controlled by the communities. And I think, Bridget, you wrote about the Brownsville a school situation. All of these were about who was going to control, you know, our lives. And it's very interesting to me now that we're having the same kinds of debates happening, particularly in Florida, where, you know, the government is trying to sort of eliminate certain aspects of, you know, just general studies about different cultural groups because they think it's divisive or, you know, something like that. So essentially, after a great 2 years of working in community programs, I started to sort of really think about what could I do working with my posse, as I call them, to really have an effect on what was going to happen at the museum. And I decided that being a curator was really the way for me to do it, because that was the way that one impacted the collection that would be shown in the galleries. So I had an interesting campaign. I applied for every curatorial job, and I was basically told I was really smart, I was really wonderful, but I didn't have any experience. And so I said, well, who's going to give me the experience? And that turned out to be Henry Gelzeller, who was the curator of 20th century art. Henry and I had gotten to know each other at the staff cafeteria. I have to sort of say, you know, those cafeterias are great little networking places. And so basically that's what I did. But when I got the job, I also realized that there would be limitations to what I could do. I would have to sort of really work to sort of move myself into the infrastructure of the Met to get what I want done. So the images that you're seeing are me doing a lot of outside work in the museum because of the relationships that I was able to establish. And these became very close personal as well as professional relationships, some of which that endure to today. So I think that, you know, this is one of my favorite photographs. It's Mel Edwards, Ana Mendieta, myself, and Ted Jones, who was a surrealist poet who was very peripatetic, at a dinner at my house. And so, you know, what the Harlem on my mind did was create an atmosphere in which I felt comfortable in sort of reaching out to a wide group of people that would not necessarily otherwise come into the museum. And it became a very rich ferment. Here I am with the famous Fred Wilson and Bill Aguado, who was head of the Bronx Council of the Arts, and his wife, Kathy Pavlik. And then on the right, there's a photograph of me with Robert Colescott, who's an artist that I was very closely associated with. And if we go to the next slide, this is This is a photograph of the participants in a show that I did with Leslie King Hammond for Micah that came to New York to the Studio Museum and Metropolitan Life called Art is a Verb. And it was probably one of the first exhibitions that looked at performance and installation in the work of Black artists. So we talk about the fact that, like during my career, we had to move from photography being just, like sort of documentary and moving into the fine arts. But in the mid 80s, when I was doing this work, it was also controversial to sort of talk about performance and installations because many of the older Black artists wanted artists to make objects to be sold. So this kind of ephemera was kind of, like really crazy. But I think what it did is that the Met was extraordinarily tolerant, of my work. So I'm sort of having like two jobs. I'm working in the Met. I'm, beginning to build, like my skills, working with the curators, working on acquisitions, which was really important when I became a curator. And then also bringing all the knowledge that I could glean from my wider net that I established in the art world to bring that to bear to the discussion at the Met. So I don't know now if we want to go into some of the acquisitions that I was able and honored to bring to the Met.
Yes, and I just want to make the point that when we were developing this discussion with Lowry, our research associate, Tiara Brown, researched our collection archives to identify all works of art that Lowry had been involved in initiating for acquisition or otherwise during her tenure at the Met. There were over 200 entries in TMS. And so what Lowry has done, she thanked us for the walk down memory lane and poured over these 200 files that we sent to her and selected the ones that, 10, I think, that we're going to show now, giving an overview of some of the highlights of her acquisition activity over these 2 decades. And she'll have comments about several of these as we move through.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention, I had a really interesting luncheon with Sheena Wagstaff when she was head of the Modern and Contemporary department. She called me up and she brought me into luncheon. We were sitting down and she said, Lowry, we've been going through the files and we just think it's astounding, all the women and the overlooked white artists and all the artists of color that you brought into the collection. And she kept saying, what was your strategy? And I said, I couldn't have a strategy because I would make lists and lists and lists of wish lists and things and people just ignored them. So then I got it in my mind that each acquisition would be a crime of opportunity. So for instance, the Palma Hayden that you have there now, that was really interesting. It was a kind of convergence of things in the mid 70s. Linda Bryant, who started the Just Above Midtown Gallery, I had met when she was working in the photographic and slide library at the Met when I was still in community programs because they were just down the hall. We formed a group, like a friendship. And Linda had these outsized, ambitions to sort of open up a gallery on 57th Street. And we all kind of went, well, we better help her. I mean, she had no money, she had 2 kids, and a bunch of us just really got there. And so when she had her opening show, I was able to sort of have a conversation with Thomas Hoving, who was the director at the time, about acquiring one of the paintings from the exhibition. And so this is how the tentacles come. Linda and I had, on the side, been working with Miriam Hayden to sort of really determine what to do with Palma Hayden's work. So we did inventories for her and lists. And so we had established a relationship with her. So these are the kinds of things that allowed me to sort of have, these very interesting stories, to sort of go by which we sort of brought things into the collection. Can we go on? I guess we wanted to look at the Sam Gilliam, I think.
And
Yeah,
I just wanted to say that some of the acquisitions that you were able to manifest are in the exhibition upstairs, so that there's also that direct connection that's part of the legacy of Harlem on My Mind is what Dr. Sims has done that we can all benefit from now in this context.
Well, I think, you were always conscious of the fact that you collect works, and that even if they weren't on the walls immediately, they would be eventually. The thing was to get them into the collection. Now, the Sam Gilliam was also, one about personal relationships. I had met Sam. He worked primarily in Washington, but we got to know each other. And we were able to purchase this one, this painting, Leah's Renoir, from Patricia Hamilton. And Patricia Hamilton was a young, feisty art dealer, also on 57th Street. That was the Nexus at the time. And she was showing Sam's work. And we had met each other, and we became involved in Art Table, which is the premier organization for women in the arts networking. And we were two of the founding board members. So, I felt that, I think that people have to remember that these kinds of relationships that you build then can sort of spill over into something, manifest like an important acquisition like this. The other thing too is I felt more comfortable collecting Sam's work at this point rather than the sort of draped work, because in working at the Met in the 20th century, before, in the 70s and 80s, you very often would find that the technicians didn't often understand alternative forms. So there's apocryphal story that there was I'm going to forget the name of the artist, but it was a neon light that was an artwork, and one of the curators arrived in the storage just in time before the technicians had discarded it as a used neon light. So I felt Sam's framing things now, they're beveled. This was a good time for us to collect. Now, I think we want to go on to the Lois Mailloux Jones, I think. This is a great story. So I'm sitting in my desk, having my lunch, phone rings. Good afternoon, this is Max Robinson. I nearly died. Max Robinson was one of the premier, and I guess really first, Black broadcasters on television. He did the late night news. And he said, I have a painting I want to donate to the museum, but I don't know if you know the artist. It's Lois Mailloux Jones. And I said, Mr. Robinson, I know Lois Mailloux Jones very well. I've met her in Washington. And in addition, my father, when he attended Howard University in the late 40s and studied architecture, he studied architecture rendering with Lois Mailloux Jones. So that piece then came into the museum that way. Because there's a lot of times that, it's hard to sort of think about now because there's so much information about Black artists floating around. There were a lot of times people just didn't even know who Black artists were, so it was really important for us, scholars to sort of bring the information. And we were incredibly honored to have resources like David Driscoll. I mean, one cannot underestimate the impact that his exhibition, 200 Years of African American Art, had in the mid-70s when it was touring around the museum. And one hears constantly stories about how it stimulated the collecting of different people around the country, and also was, really important for us to know who the artists were that we needed to collect. Shall we look now at Robert Colescott? This is, yeah. Now, the Robert Colescott that was a funny one. Colescott's work is very controversial. it was Henry Gelzeller who took me down to Semaphore Gallery in the late 70s to see Colescott's work. And I have to say, I felt in love with, like his very provocative and naughty way he flirted with figuration that verged on stereotypes and things. And in fact, I got a lot of help from, a lot of artists in the 80s for supporting, his work. But getting a piece into the Met was a whole other thing. I think I must have had about 5 different tries. And finally, he, like either the piece was, too controversial or his appropriation was too close to the original work of an artist. But then he started his series, Knowledge of the Past is the Key to the Future. So Bill Lieberman, who had come from MoMA at that time and was now the department head, he finally agreed that this was a painting that sort of really talks about the fallout from the encounter among the Europeans and the Americas was an appropriate one for the collection. And I guess next we're going to look at Faith.
Yes, and I just want to point out that the Colescott is actually on view in our galleries right now.
Yes.
On the mezzanine.
Yes, and Colescott was also the subject of that collaboration with the American wing called Crossings, looking at his George Washington crossing the Delaware and the Leutze, George Washington crossing the Delaware. Now, Faith was very interesting. When I got into the Metropolitan Museum in the 70s, this is the time when the sort of feminist sensibilities were coming into the art world. And Faith sort of was what we would call an intersectional, today we would call an intersectional figure, in that she reflected, women's artists' interest in the so-called domestic arts, and that she formatted her paintings like quilts. And also in this street story quilt, telling this narrative about, a family, in Harlem. I sort of think of it as her response to Romeo Bearden's The Block, which entered the museum's collection, I think, in about 1970. So Faith and I were, again, it was that kind of situation where you get really involved in the work of the artist. I, was up at her studio. I met her mother, Willie Posey, who really was a seamstress who, helped her, with her early work. And I was really fascinated about, by this way, this was like the equivalent of Sam Gilliam's Off the Grid, sort of draped paintings. So I thought this one had a monumentality to it that sort of was attractive. There were elements of it that visually related to serial imagery as well as narrative imagery. And so we bought it. Now, the interesting thing is that, when you bring a work of art into the collection, it gets cataloged, by, we had a research associate who did all that work. And I remember I went to the card catalog. I know this is all, it's so analog. You people wouldn't even believe, like little cards were the collection. And I'm looking for the Faith Ringgold. And I'm sitting there going, I can't find the Faith Ringgold. And somebody perked up and said, oh, it's in the decorative arts because it's a textile and it's a quilt. And I said, no, it's a painting that is structured like a quilt. So, now we have such a sense of the range of creativity, how craft and art and photography and everything all fits together. But, during my time at the Met from 1972 to 1999, we were just really dealing with so many frontiers, like on the new expressions with art. And I think that, this work, I think, was one of the best works that Faith, has done, and she's done some really wonderful things. And then I think we were going to finish up with the Ellen Gallagher.
We were going to, and I wanted to just pause for a moment since we are looking at Faith Ringgold and just note her recent passing. I think Bridget has worked on and with Faith over time. I think this is a profound moment for all of us. Bridget, do you have any thoughts for us?
Well, yeah, I mean, a tremendous loss. I mean, this is a time for us to really reflect on all that she gave us. I mean, it was lesson after lesson with Faith Ringgold, that she's a natural storyteller, children's book author, but just what she taught us in terms of form, to bring Black women's creativity in terms of form with quilts, and then to remake the masters of the 19th century in her style, to make fictional characters like Willia, who's the Black woman who goes to Paris to be a great painter, and she's able to have these conversations with people past and present. She was a challenge to the art world on every front. And right, for Dr. Sims to be the one to sort of cross that barrier with the Met is just, it was unprecedented, you know, that you were able to do that, and that, I won't say, I mean, in a way, ahead of your time. I mean, Faith was ahead of her time also, but the art world is so slow, you know, that for you to be able to get in there and make any of these acquisitions happen is just, it is part of the legacy of Harlem on My Mind, but it's also a gift from you to all of us. And it's wonderful that Faith is a part of that story.
Well, thank you very much. I mean, I think the other thing too that Faith really taught us was the adaptability of women. You know, we've often, you know, like ever so often something comes up about how women can be artists and mothers and fathers, you know, the mothers and, you know, like wives, and how they can, you know, find studio time. And Faith said, you know, when it got hard, the reason why she liked working in fabric was to, because she could do it with her family. You know, she didn't have to be in a studio separate from it. I mean, she finally did get studios, of course. And then there was another time in which she talked about, she did some soft sculptures. And she talked about moving into performance because she arrived at a site to give a lecture, and she had a few examples of her soft sculptures. The slide projector wouldn't work. So she just improvised working with the sculptures. So I think that, you know, I was privileged to sort of be around all these people who were sort of really working to sort of move through all these issues around race, gender, politics, economics, sociological phenomenon, and really, you know, have like a really fulfilling career, but also to make, you know, a modest, you know, contribution to the legacy of this generation of people, you know, at the Met. Thank you.
Just looking at a few more, and we're speeding up a little bit here, but I want to get to the Ellen Gallagher and hear that story before we conclude the session.
The Ellen Gallagher is interesting. Sometimes I found that it was interesting to find collectors. I'm saying sometimes collectors introduce me, you know, to people. Very often, particularly in the 80s and 90s, collectors prided themselves on being on the forefront. And this was eventually the gift of Norman Dubrow, who was this very, you know, kind of, you know, conservative, you know, introverted person, but he liked, you know, like exciting art. And he took me down he called me up and he said, I'd like to sort of identify a painting by this artist, Ellen Gallagher. And I went down, met Ellen, and sort of saw the work, and we identified one for him. And it sort of came to the museum maybe, you know, a decade later, you know, with his estate. But many times, you know, again, it's this whole idea of taking a chance, investing time in doing a cultivation For instance, there was a sculptor, Larry Moore, who was very close to Sam Gilliam, Al Loving, and Frank Bowling. And he was a lawyer, and he sort of fancied himself for sculpture. And he decided to give me a fund, $100,000, to buy sculpture by Black artists. Now, if you know anything about museums, when you get the $100,000, you don't spend it. You spend the principal. So that means it has to sort of sit in the bank for a while and garnish principal. And the most fabulous thing was that even after I left the Met and was at the Studio Museum in Harlem, my colleague, Lisa Messenger, somebody woke up one day and said, we're not spending this money. So she was able to make a number of very serious acquisitions of works of sculptures by Black artists. So, I think that we're so used to doing things so speedily today and I think that that's, the way things are. But I think we also should think about the fact that there's a very long trajectory that you should keep in mind too, and that sometimes you might not get instant gratification, but you will get have a lasting effect.
Absolutely. And I think this is something that Bridget and I, as curators, developing shows, and I and my colleagues here at the Met, which, by the way, my colleagues here at the Met now include 5 other curators of African descent. So the legacy, we all very much pay homage to Larry as the first of what we hope will be a long line of curators of diverse backgrounds who can help us make sure that something like Harlem on My Mind, it's about having diverse perspectives at the table when these decisions are made. And Bridget, I think, working as a curator as well, bringing her perspective to the various institutions that she's working with is an essential part of that endeavor. So I think we're going to wrap now. Bridget, did you have some concluding comments?
I don't, just thank you. This is all it's very surreal. And I'm happy to be considered, someone who's contributed in some way to be able to be invited to be a part of this convening. So thank you.
Thank you, Bridget. And yes. Okay, so I think I've been asked to say we're going to have to take a few moments now to just set up the stage for the next panel. A few more chairs need to be added. So we're going to take a break, but don't go anywhere. We're going to keep going in about 5 minutes. But thank you very much.
Thanks, Valerie.
Bye, thank you.
Okay, hello again, everyone. Our next panel is titled Visioning the Future, the Collections of Historically Black Colleges and Universities. This exhibition, as several speakers, myself included, have said all day, would not be possible without the extensive collections of the HBCUs. And I am thrilled that we will have the directors of all 4 of the HBCU lenders with us for this panel. Catherine Coney from Howard University, Jamal Sheets from Fisk, Donnell Taylor from Clark Atlanta University, and Vanessa Thaxton Ward of Hampton University. This conversation will be moderated by Joy Bivens of the Schomburg Center, who is the director of the Schomburg Center for Research in Black Culture in Harlem. Another significant lender to the exhibition and a beacon for the art of the Harlem Renaissance in New York City. So each of the HBCUs have fascinating origin stories that have endured through careful stewardship and attention to the interconnectedness of scholarship, the creation of art, and the support
of emerging artists and thinkers. Before it was understood globally, the artwork of the Harlem Renaissance was recognized and collected by HBCUs and woven into their structures. Much of the thought that influenced artists working in Harlem originated at these schools, and many artists from Harlem moved there to sustain careers that subsequently expanded their influence across the country. The speakers joining this panel will share some of their histories, reflect on the increased interest in the artwork within their collections, and discuss the importance of experiencing these works within the context of their respective institutions. I'm just going to briefly introduce each speaker and turn it over to Joy. Catherine Coney Ali serves as the co-executive director, curator of collections in the Gallery of Art at Howard University. She is an art historian and cultural heritage consultant, specializing in African and diaspora studies and heritage management. Her professional experience in the field runs the gamut from communications at the National Endowment for the Arts and registration and collection management at the Smithsonian National Museum of the American Indian, as well as Reginald Lewis Museum for heritage management consultancy at the National Museum of Kenya. Coney Ali's commitment to the arts advocates for the importance of education and stewardship in preserving the living culture of people from Africa and its diaspora. Jamal Sheets, MFA, serves as the Associate Provost of Art and Culture and Director of the Fisk University Galleries. He has curated over 20 exhibitions, expanded partnerships, and designed innovative programs to foster access and engagement with the collections. Sheets is committed to training the next generation of leaders through the development of the Fisk Museum Leadership Initiative. Sheets is a trustee of the Frist Art Museum in Nashville and serves on the board of the Maddox Fund, TriStar Arts, HBCU Alliance of Museums and Galleries. He received an MFA from Tufts University and a BS in Art from Fisk, and is a proud graduate of leadership of the Nashville and Center for Curatorial Studies Leadership Program. Danielle Taylor, PhD, is the director of the Clark Atlanta University Art Museum and professor of African American Studies. She is a scholar of African American literature and culture, having earned her PhD and MA from Brown University in American Civilization, as well as an MA in Afro-American Studies from Boston University and a BA in English from Princeton University. Dr. Taylor is editor of Conversations with Toni Morrison, 1994, co-editor with Angeline Mitchell of the Cambridge Companion to African American Women's Literature, also 1994, as well as numerous presentations and articles. She was awarded a Rockefeller Foundation Award to study at the Center for Black Music Research. 2 Mellon UNCF faculty fellowships, has served on community boards, academic societies, and is on the HBCU Advisory Council of the National Museum of African American Art and History, African American History and Culture. Dr. Vanessa Thaxton Ward is director of the Hampton University Museum. She has secured funding from the Institute of Museum and Library Services, Save America's Treasures, the National Trust for Historic Preservation, the Andrew Mellon Foundation, Humanities, and the Humanities in Place program. She is the publisher of the International Review for African American Art and has contributed to additional publications. She has also curated numerous exhibitions at the Hampton Museum, locally and nationally. Active in the community, she's on the board of Arts for Learning, the Virginia affiliate of Young Audiences, the Barrett Peak Foundation, and was recently appointed to the board for the Virginia Commission for the Arts by Governor Youngkin. She is a graduate of the Center for Curatorial Leadership Fellowship Program, class of 2022. Thaxton Ward has a PhD in American Studies with a concentration in African American material culture from the College of William and Mary, and her Master of Arts in Museum and Archival Studies from Hampton University. Our moderator, Joy Bivens, is director of the Schomburg Center for Research in Black Culture, a division of the New York Public Library and the world's premier repository for archival materials related to African diaspora, and African American life, history, and culture. Before joining the staff of the Schomburg Center in 2020, she was, as Associate Director of Collections and Research Services, Bivens was Chief Curator of the International African American Museum in Charleston, South Carolina. From 2002 to 2018, she was on staff at the Chicago History Museum, where she served as curator and director of curatorial affairs. Ms. Bivens holds degrees from the University of Michigan and Cornell University. I want to welcome our panel and our moderator, Joy, to the stage right now. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I can speak for myself. I'm sure my panelists will feel the same. We're really excited to be here to have this conversation, to share time together and talk about stewardship of these really significant, impactful collections at historically Black colleges and universities. As Denise mentioned, I have the distinct privilege of serving as director of the Schomburg Center for Research in Black Culture, which is located in Harlem. Grew up with the Harlem Renaissance, out of the Harlem Renaissance, if you will. And we have the privilege of stewarding over 11 million objects related to people of African descent across multiple disciplines and multiple medium. And so I too know the challenges and the joys of stewarding these really important and meaningful collections. And I am so excited to be here with you all to have this conversation. So let's jump right in. We've been talking for a while, so we're gonna do our best to stay with the questions, but this is a conversation that may go very far and wide. So just hang with us, if you will, because I know you will be enriched and enjoy what my colleagues have to say. So that is the clicker. So the first thing I want to start with is each of you represent institutions that have long histories of educating people of African descent and centering the cultural work of Black people. And while there will be those visiting this phenomenal exhibition and encountering your collections or works from your collections for the first time, your institutions have been stewarding these important works for decades and some for over a century. And it would be great if each of you could share some history about your galleries or museums and their origins. And so we're gonna start with you, Dr. Taylor, from Clark Atlanta University. And I knew that would happen.
Atlanta's in the house.
Atlanta is in the house.
I want to thank everyone, thank Dr. Murrell and all the wonderful people here at the Met for what has been a very joyous ride through this whole experience here. I will start out talking about what we call the audacious platform, which is the Clark Atlanta University Art Museum. This is the foyer where you will see our wonderful murals by Hale Woodruff that were installed in 1952. So the Clark Atlanta University Art Museum, some of the important highlights of it are the genesis, as Denise illustrated is that you have an intellectual genesis of your institutions. Hale Woodruff's woodcut is there on that side. But you know, Du Bois spent many, many, many years at Atlanta University. That is where he wrote The Souls of Black Folks, was when he was at Atlanta University developing the School of Sociology and building many of his theories that he would go on to perfect when he came to the Crisis magazine. Hale Woodruff came to Atlanta University in 1930, and in 1940, what is significant for this conversation is he began the Atlanta Art Annuals. But I don't want to leave out is Tanner, who also taught at Clark College. So even though the two schools consolidated in 1988, both institutions had significant artists teaching art that were the genesis in some ways of the institution and Black educators making sure art was part of the educational experience of their students. So the Atlanta Art Annuals started in 1942 and they ran to 1970. And they were a significant site of where African American arts could submit their works for juried, peer-reviewed competition in the various mediums. And we were able to purchase those works, the winners, and that became the core of our collection. The little, I don't know you can particularly read it, but Elaine Locke wrote the first program, the introduction to the first program in the Art Atlanta Annual. So everyone who was anyone in the African American art world submitted works multiple times over multiple years. All the controversies of should it be segregated, integrated, all of that took place in Atlanta at our museum. Notable winners of our, slides different, okay. So these are some of the notable winners of the various annuals over the years. And you can see from the list, there's very few artists from this era up to the 70s that are not significant. And then we have other people that we strive to have exhibitions about who may not be as notable, but they were winners as well. So it's the core of our collection, which has expanded since then to 1,200 pieces. These are the murals, the Art of the Negro. These are 12-foot panels in that atrium area that Hale Woodruff had installed in 1952. It took him 10 years to get the university to commission him for these murals, and you can just see, these are some of them. Now, the murals, you have to come to Atlanta to see those. You will never see them as they are here. We just had those restored last year. And these are our pieces that we have in this current exhibition. The woman in blue is probably the one that you note the most when you come in, but that's kind of an overview of who and what we are.
Amazing. Thank you so much. So now we're going to hear from Professor Sheets. And I just want to mention that Schomburg and Fisk, we got a relationship going on. And Arturo Schomburg was a guest curator at Fisk University in the early 1930s and helped to build that archive as well. But we're looking forward to hearing about your collections.
Oh, good. You all can hear me. First, I want to echo and just say thank you. It's such an exciting and productive and inspiring day. Enriching listening to all of the other speakers. And so this is such a wonderful convening. I'm always shocked at which slide comes up first. And so this one is one that I think is really important to note because the John Hope and Aretha Franklin Library is behind us. And to your point, when we think about our collections, our early collections, they're all intertwined to some degree. But what's so significant about that relationship with Schomburg was that he started the Rare Book Collection and was looking at books outside of the US pre-emancipation to help inform the young scholars. Let's go to the next slide, if I can. I hit the button. So this is the building that I'm in every day. It's the Carlvin Vector Art Gallery. You talked a little bit about Du Bois earlier. This is the house that Du Bois built in the class of 1888. Today, we house over 4,500 objects that we've been collecting since the 1870s. When Jubilee Hall was built, when the Jubilee Singers came back, there was a collection. It was not just paintings, it was kind of the cabinet of curiosity. It had geological finds and many other objects that I have no idea where they exist today. However, some we do. But the gallery, so just to talk a little bit about how our collections were built post the opening of Jubilee Hall, I always think it's important to acknowledge Douglas and how Douglas came to Fisk, and that was by way of Charles S. Johnson. He would come to Fisk, and for those who are not familiar with Charles S. Johnson, who's sociology by trade, I think you would say a formative point in his career was after World War I and the race riots, the Red Summer of 1919. But he would come to Fisk in the 20s and start teaching and forming our sociology department, but then would recruit artists or recruit Douglas, who would come to Fisk in 1930. He then would become president. Douglas would come back in 44 and found our art departments, which are celebrating in the fall our 80th anniversary. The gallery wasn't founded until 1949. That was after the receipt of the Alfred Stieglitz collection. I'm going to keep going, though. And so here's another image of the murals in Cravath Hall. Those are card catalogs, but my students have no idea what those are. But in a lot of ways, when we think about our use of the collection, it's always to inform. And so when you walk into that building, which was the library, at the heart of the center of campus, it is the things that our students should be doing day and night. And so it's broken up into 7 panels. I'm concerned about time and how am I doing? Okay, I'm good. But Douglas founded the art department in 1944. Looking here, there's a wonderful work that's actually on view upstairs, building more stately mansions. That was commissioned in 1944 and used to hang in another building. I can't see what that is, that's by Rice. Rice would donate works to Fisk in honor of Douglas. They were introduced by Charles S. Johnson, and Rice was very much instrumental in Douglas' career, pushing him to look back at the continent for source information. Here are a few other examples of what's in the exhibition. Nice. I'm clicking through. That's a wonderful image of the class of 1888 with Du Bois in there. The other thing that I think is really important to do as we think about the use of our collection, and this may come up later in the conversation, but this is an image from 1949, shortly after the gallery opened, was Zenobia Jefferson Pearl Cresswell, who was our first curator from 1949 to 1989. But what's listed on the other side are how the collections is integrated into every aspect of the curriculum. And so what I'm charged with to do every day is to integrate the galleries into every aspect of the curriculum. And so today what we like to say is that the art just is a critical component, both visual and performing, of the intellectual fabric of the institution. It's our culture, it's what we do. We'll talk much about that later. We have programs that we run with students or kids from 8 months to 80 and beyond. And here's just an example of that. I'm going to pass and finish with some of mine. Oh, yeah.
Thank you, Jamal.
No, pleasure. I think so.
And next, we're going to hear from Dr. Thaxton Ward from Hampton University.
Good afternoon, and greetings from Hampton University, and greetings from our President and First Lady, Darrell Kay and Myra Williams, and go Pirates. I think we have some Pirates in the audience. So, Hampton University Museum is the oldest African-American, oh, they're out of order, so it doesn't matter. It's the oldest African-American museum in the United States, or as our new president said, the oldest African-American museum, period, so we don't need to say United States. Founded in 1868, and we began with the collection of Hawaiian objects, African objects. Our founder, Samuel Chapman Armstrong, decided that he wanted to establish what, as you mentioned, a curiosity room. And these items were used by our students as hands-on objects. And so I think I'll go back because they're not in the order that I was hoping they were in. But what you saw really was, it kind of talks about the way we collect. So 1868, we were founded. We had a curiosity room that students were using and utilizing. The museum was always kind of professionalized by many of these women. This is one of our early pieces, an ancient Egyptian mummy artifact. We have our early catalog cards that were done by Cora May Folsom, who was one of the curators at the time. And so we still have those as a part of our archives and collection. We're most noted for the banjo lesson by Henry O. Tanner. We focus on 200 years of African-American fine art, with the Tanner piece being one of our first African-American pieces of fine art, donated by Robert Ogden, who was on the Board of Trustees at Hampton. This is our African collection. So Hampton has basically over 10,000 objects. We have 200 years of African-American fine art. We have an African collection, very strong in Cuba pieces that were donated or purchased from William Shepard, who was a student at Hampton. We also have, this is our 200 years of African-American art. This is our Catlett Gallery. John Biggers, who is a well-noted graduate of Hampton and started the program at Texas Southern. Samela Lewis, who was in school with John Biggers, and she also was the founder of Black Art, or the International Review of African American Art, that the museum is responsible for. There's the picture of the Curiosity Room, so it's kind of out of order, but it's fine. Okay, and these are some of the pieces that are in the show from our Renaissance Gallery. And that's not me. That's you. So anyway.
You can be us as well.
Thank you so much. And next we'll hear from Professor Coney from Howard University.
HU, you know.
I was waiting for it.
This is the real HU right here.
HI.
No, HU.
So, nevertheless, but this is all in good fun. We love Hampton. Hampton was my first choice of school to go to, but I ended up at Howard University. So I love Hampton all the same. Oh, I love Hampton. Nevertheless, my name is Catherine Coney Ali. I am the co-executive director of Howard University's Gallery of Art. It is such a pleasure to be here, and I bring you greetings from our president of the university, Ben Vincent III, as well as our dean of the college, the Chadwick A. Boseman College of Fine Arts, Felicia Rashad. And looking at Howard's history and thinking about the question that you asked us about the history and the origins of our institutions, universities, I thought about this idea of legacy and what legacy means. I'm reminded when I think about legacy of the different aspects of the pedagogy of Black visual culture that was produced at Howard University. I think about the early renaissance of Black identity. I think about the university creating these spaces for Black intellects, creating spaces for building a cosmopolitan collection, a space for building Black consciousness, a space for connecting the past and the present, for a future which basically nurtures artists, scholars, and art stewardship. Howard University's Gallery of Art was founded in 1928. But before I go to 1928, I want to talk about Howard's, we had a curiosity room as well. And in 1876, the university was founded. A couple of years later, in 1869, Dansworth Fulton founded a museum, a library, a reading room, and a picture gallery, which basically set the stage 60 years later for the development of the university's Gallery of Art. In 1928, James Herring, founder of the Department of Art in 1923, founded the gallery, established the gallery in 1928 as a space for the university's community to come together and cultivate what we saw in identity, beauty, cultivating the ideal of, beauty, culture, and civility. The ideal to create this space as a way for students to engage in a survey of world art. In 1930, April 7th, 1930, Howard had its first exhibition. That same year, we started to develop a collection. And the development collection, the first artwork that we collected was Tanner's, Henry Osoa's Tanner, Return from Crucifixion. And it was the last work that he created before his death. In moving forward with this ideal of collecting, the university's Gallery of Art thought about three major goals and visions in collecting. And the ideal was to actually create this collection that could be used for other HBCUs. So manifest these collections as a way of connecting the HBCUs. To actually engage in this ideal, let me know if I'm going over time, this ideal of nurturing ideals of Black intellects. In moving forward and thinking about Howard's, the university's gallery's history, starting with James Herring, moving on to Porter, and from Porter, moving on to Jeff Donaldson, who was the third director of the gallery. So if you look at the dynamics between these three directors of the Gallery of Art, and then fast forward to the late 1980s to Floyd Coleman coming in. And when Dr. Floyd Coleman came in, he actually separated the Department of Art from the university gallery. And so it became two different entities, and the first director of the Gallery of Art was Tritobia Benjamin when it separated from the gallery, from the Department of Art. And looking towards the future right now, where we're going in our collecting practices, we still are looking towards creating this platform and a space where we can have these conversations and develop our artists, our scholars, our researchers, and create this future for a Black visual culture. Sorry, I went over.
Oh, no, you didn't go over. Thank you very much, all of you, for sharing your origin stories. So in our past conversations, we've been talking about not just stewardship, but for whom we preserve and care for collections. So I'd like each of you all to discuss a bit about the use of your collections and the importance of stewarding them for multiple audiences, because you serve multiple audiences on your campuses. So, and each has diverse needs, including students, faculty, community members, practicing artists, and other institutions, like Catherine was talking about, serving other HBCUs, serving museums, so on and so forth. So if each of you could talk about kind of the ways in which you see serving all of those audiences.
It's kind of central to what our mission is. Students, you always want to have students to make sure they have a museum experience, an art experience. Many students that come into the museum may not have had that before, and so that they understand that the museums are theirs as well. And that, for us, we have a certain kind of bonus, is that Spelman and Morehouse are our brother and sister schools, and the students move between the three colleges. So we are a nexus of the largest concentration of African American colleges and universities in the world, because you can't just say the country in that sense. But, you know, scholars come in, and I think that scholarship is very important because it pushes what we understand about the art forward. And so scholarship and creating catalogs is something that we always have treasured. Tina Dunkley wrote an extensive catalog about our collection. The Eye of the Muse is the name of that catalog, which we value a great, great deal. And our exhibitions as well as how do you tell multiple stories from the permanent collection, trying to get as many pieces out of the basement as possible, as well as showing contemporary pieces or having contemporary pieces in conversation with historic pieces. It's a very vibrant, our visitors are from all over the world. We like to have our art seen across the world. We think that's an important inclusion of what we have in the conversations that are being held about African American art. And we look forward to, you know, expanding these exhibitions even that we do in-house.
That's always a complicated question to kind of unpack and to think about to whom we serve. I generally stand from a point of advocacy and access. And so I'm constantly advocating on behalf of the legacy of the artists that have come through the institution or come through that are a part of our collection. One thing in terms of thinking about our collection, I didn't talk about. That clock is something that is terrifying as it ticks. And so I'm trying not to look up. I'm going to try to look down just in case. And you just nod when it's time for me to move on. You know, but when we think about the legacy of these artists, I think about Douglas and his contributions, not just as an artist, but as an academician. You know, he was a prolific arts administrator. Oftentimes we don't hear of him writing letters to the Met or to the New York Historical Society, bringing in exhibitions to Fisk in the 1940s. Or when we think about how Douglas and Arna Bontemps recruited David Driscoll, who graduated of Howard, who was at Talladega, and they recruited him to come to Fisk. And what happens when he gets there? You see this massive explosion. I think it was John Scott who said that there was so much energy happening in Nashville that he would drive from New Orleans on the weekends just to see what was going on. He said it was the epicenter of Black. So if you think about these experiences and these artists, which are too numerous to name in this amount of time, that is who we steward in our collection. And so we think about it in multi-tiers. So for my students, I said earlier, it's what we do. It's a part of our identity as an institution. So we try to embed it. They're here in the room, and even at times they don't realize what they're seeing every day while they're there, but when they leave, they know these artists because it's embedded in them. And then we think about the faculty. It's used as an instrument, as a tool. We work with our faculty. And then a broader community. On average, I think we were sharing in the back, 62% of our visitors, and we may, in a perfect year, we'll see upwards of 10,000 visitors. That's what we see pre-COVID. 62% would be coming from out of town. The other part is that we service a lot of scholars, and this goes back to the advocacy piece, is that when scholars are coming and they're saying, "Ooh, Jamal, I'd love to see this," and I'm like, you should also look at an artist like Earl Hooks, who was an artist who inspired generations of artists, and the list will go on to kind of broaden that perspective of who people are looking at. So I'm constantly advocating on these artists that may be on the fringes of other people's minds, but ever present in our mind. And then the last part about access. So we talk about advocacy and access. So access to our collections to make sure that, I'm gonna pause for a minute and just go back. How am I doing on time? I'm good. So when we think
I'm gonna like moan or something.
Okay, cool. But you know, access is so critical. It's so critical because we're not just talking about access to these objects and access to this mass amounts of accumulation of knowledge and information. Like the archives are so intertwined because the images and the artwork add color, add visuals to the archive. And so when we talk about access, it's access to this material, but it's also access to the field. Like if we're not here and we're not thinking about the future, we wouldn't see exhibitions like this. We have stewarded these works. These works have been exhibited, have been seen, have been interpreted, and since they've been at our institutions. And so part of what we do is that we try to expose students to career pathways into the field so that we can help shape the next generation of arts leaders.
There are a lot of pins. I don't want you to stop talking. I'm just saying that there are so many things that you are saying that are critical to, I think, the way we can shape this conversation. And one of them is about this notion of living with the art. And even if it's something that your students are not directly engaged with, it's something that is around them. And it's a different relationship, right? Than going to see it in a museum. It is part and parcel of kind of the everyday visual landscape of your campus. It's something that we do at Schomburg. We kind of live with the art in ways that conservators would probably not agree with, but the art is still alive in many ways. So
a study collection is a part of that as well. Being able to work with students so they can actually live with the collection, learn how to handle the collection, learn how to care for the collection, develop these programs around the ideal that there's a future in a career for these students wherever they may go. I remember going down to Hampton, and I'm bringing you into this one, for the bigger show. Was that in the 1990s or 1997? And being in awe of their museum, and it hadn't been renovated yet, I don't think. It hadn't been renovated yet, but during this time period, Philip Morris was the sponsor. You have all these sponsors, and being able to go there and see their collection, to see Biggers, to see the different that they were living with, and then to sit in the company of Biggers, Elizabeth Catlett, Samilla Lewis, and during this actual event, Elizabeth Catlett is announcing that she's donating her collection to Hampton University, and basically having, looking at your textbooks and saying that, I know this person, being able to sit amongst them and talk to them, to interact with them. As a student, that was the beginning of, this is what we do. This is why this is important. Why are we having these conversations?
Vanessa, I would love for you to jump in on this conversation.
Sure. I would say our audience, of course, is like my colleagues, our students, and of course the general public and scholars who come to see specific pieces. And thank you for mentioning the Biggers retrospective that was showcased in the Huntington building, which was our former library. So we had not completely renovated, so the entire museum was bigger, so that was great. But I wanted to just kind of jump to the fact that we tried to create programs for our students because, of course, students have to come to the museum. That's a requirement for University 101 or humanities. And so we developed a program, and one of our founders is here, called the Biggers Circle, named for John Biggers. And it was a student membership program. They served as ambassadors to the museum because we were like, we want you to come to the museum because you want to, and we want to introduce you to the museum as a place of relaxation, a place for you to learn to develop an appreciation for art. And many of our students went on to become art historians or get their graduate degrees. And if not, then they are purchasing art and supporting artists. So those are some ways that we have tried to build our audience, as well as the fact that we've had community members, Greater Williamsburg Women's Association, which is a group of retirees who came to Williamsburg from up north, so coming back to the South. And they donated a room for children 2.5 years old to first graders. So that we could, reach out to that audience. So it's about, trying to reach our audience from age of 2 to senior citizens. And so our audiences and our programs are based on scholars as well, again, coming not only for the art collection, but our university archives, which we are unique that we have our university archives as a part of the museum. So we talk about the history of the university from the days of Hampton Normal Industrial and Agricultural Institute, Hampton Institute, and Hampton University.
Well, I think it's interesting that you bring up the archives and the histories that are embedded in your museum. I want to ask a question, and we don't have to spend a whole bunch of time with it because I do want to talk about challenges, is what are some of the things that you are seeing your audiences get really excited about in your collections, in these embedded histories that exist in your collections?
I'll start first. I would say, of course, the Mecca piece is the banjo lesson. So when people come in and they go to our 19th century gallery and they see the banjo lesson, they're like, is this the real banjo lesson? Because I have it in my I have it in my living room, or my grandmother has it. You know, so everybody has that poster. That was an illegal poster, by the way. But so the banjo lesson. Also, we have a very strong Native American collection that stems from the history of the university. 1878, Native American students came to Hampton, over 65 different tribes. And so we were able to collect pieces because our teachers would go out into the communities and would come back with presents. And so it is really beginning to, we have to really work on it. That'll be something that we talk about later, but digitization of our collections, because we're really getting to a point where it's almost like a genealogy. People are coming back to find out who they are. And the history of our collection, and we may not talk that much about it, but it's definitely about relationships. So I had a picture of Samela Lewis and Elizabeth Catlett sitting together at the table in the director's office, and may have been one of those times when they came, because they were all such good friends. If it was John Bigger's opening, Elizabeth Catlett, Samela Lewis, E.J. Montgomery, all of these people would come. If it was Catlett's, they would all come. And so these relationships have gone on from the days that we had the art department starting at Hampton in 1943, or the big time that we had it, with Victor Lowenfeld. And all of them were students together. And Elizabeth was a teacher, when she was then married to Charles White. So these relationships have helped us to build our collection and to keep these stories going. It's very important.
Anyone else want to?
What was the question?
We'll move on to another question. How about that? So in preparing for this conversation, we discussed the very real challenges that your respective institutions have faced and continue to face in caring for and making collections accessible, and ways you are addressing those challenges. I'm sorry for turning away. I gotta look at my notes here. So I know that funding is always an issue. It is always an issue. But I wonder what else keeps you up at night about ensuring your collections are cared for and available for those who need them or want to interact with. Space.
That's why I actually started out about this legacy in creating spaces. When we talk about space, and when we're talking about the former building for Howard University, we started the gallery in Andrew Rankin Chapel. That's where the first gallery was. And then we moved to Founders Library, where Howard University Museum is. And then Childers Hall, which is the Division of Fine Arts, which you see behind you, the Chadwick A. Boseman College of Fine Arts. And with that, the problem is security, climate. We're dealing with buildings that are old. Funding for galleries and for the museum's collection is sometimes not the first priority in some of the universities' agenda, I would say. And for Howard, it's more so of us making access to our collection, traveling the collection, doing loans, looking at how we can get these works of art out of storage and onto the walls of different institutions, building these relationships. And one of the reasons why I had talked about Hampton and about this bigger show, that anytime that there was so Elizabeth Catlett is a Howard alum. Anytime there was a show at a HBCU during the time that I was there in the 90s as a student, we traveled to support each other and to support these collections, even if the show went to a larger institution. Say, I'm trying to think, Philadelphia Studio Museum of Harlem, we actually went there as well to support those scholars in the field that came out of Howard. But in looking at how we preserve this collection and taking stewardship, it's always about dollars and thinking about space and how we can exhibit it, our collection, and promote it to a wider community.
I know funding is a flat word. Old things have to be constantly cared for. So if you have a historic collection, it always needs to be looked at, conserved. It was interesting with the Woman in Blue. It was conserved for this show, but it was conserved before by the Williamsburg, and now it's the Atlanta, which is part of the Williamstown Art Conservation Center, for the Conserve a Legacy show. And so that the technology, I was intrigued by how we looked at it a few months ago and said, well, why did they do this or why did they do that? That was the technology of the time. Now we are conserving it a little differently, but some of our artists didn't have necessarily all of the tools that might have lasted well. And so Johnson was painting on burlap. That's aging with all those layers of oil paint. It's cracking. And so it constantly, it's the care of something that is precious. And we have to, I'm always trying to think a little entrepreneurially about what we might do in building kind of, the universities have, I'm a little worried the DEI, it seems to not be on the forefront anymore. And that was a hot second in my mind, given the history of everything, but that's another conversation. But we have to sustain these consistently. And that's been the struggle. And it's not just the sort of a band along the East Coast. HBCUs across the country have collections. I mean, Talladega has a new museum. Texas Southern has an amazing collection of where Biggers went from Hampton to Texas Southern in Houston. There's student murals. And so the advocacy is important for all members of the community, administrators, alumni, students, to be eternally committed to their legacy and art so that changes in administrations or other kinds of things don't threaten that, and that perhaps we think of how we build endowments that can help protect these institutions.
I think we hit the buzzword, endowment. Jamal, you want to chime in here?
I'll just add I guess part of the question that you asked was what keeps me up at night. And so what keeps me up at night is knowing what's at risk. Yeah. It's knowing how valuable and how important to understanding our own identity, like as an African American, as someone of the African diaspora. And to know that there's a capacity that they will deteriorate. We can slow down that process, but we can't prevent it. And so thinking about, yes, the funding is a critical part of that, but also thinking about how can we digitize aspects of it as well is something I think is really critical. The other part that I also think about, we talked about it earlier in the back, about, and you kind of mentioned it just a little bit, about where these institutions are located. I think it's something interesting, and I would offer all of you all a welcome to go visit your closest HBCU. But I think it's interesting, it's a different experience when you go to experience the work at a historically Black college university or at the Schomburg. It's a different experience. And I think it's important as we think about that aspect of it, of the whole story. I think that's what has me the most concerned, is that what's at risk.
These are our human stories. I mean, it's African-American legacy. This is human, the story of humanity under the greatest stress, having thrived and created such beauty and power.
I mean, you
We can't, it's a world heritage.
Yeah.
It's a world
Right.
heritage.
I've been torn up all day thinking about Dr. Wilkerson's conversation this morning about the Great Migration, and to think about these artists that would go north, and then some at some point coming back down to the South to train another generation. That perennial story is the one that I'm most interested in. And so, yeah.
No, I was just going to briefly say,
Yeah.
because just to pick, that I wake up at night worrying about, again, like you said, training the next generation and being sure that not just creating more people of color in the museum field, but people of color who will be willing to come and work at an HBCU where you're not going to get paid these high salaries, where you're not going to have all of the supplies and things that you need, but you stick in there and you stay in there to be sure that you preserve what we have as best as you can. That's what worries me.
Yeah.
Catherine?
It's the same. We talked about this at length in the back last night. It's what keeps us, I think, all up at night, that as directors of these galleries and stewards of these collections, that, you know, we have to ensure this legacy continues and that it's protected.
You guys have given us a lot to think about here, right? Well, because I think, Dr. Taylor, one of the things that seems so, that is ringing so true to me about what you said is that this is human heritage. This is world heritage. But also, you also told 3 stories when you're talking about the creation of work and utilizing what materials you have available. Those materials may not be the best, then they require a different level of care, and then that becomes kind of it's part of the story, right? It's part of the story that in many ways is something that is that is happening in many of our institutions writ large, not just in our art departments or our art galleries or our museums, but the ways in which that distress that happened or is historic shows up even in the present. And so I think that these conversations are so important. So, you know, issues of funding and resources are always going to be on the minds of administrators and directors, right? Are there other vital or important things that you want to share about just the sustenance and sustaining of your collections with this audience or with each other, or things that we can help each other do?
Well, I think we're having wonderful moments and opportunities to communicate and get to know each other. I mean, they're AAAM, which is the African American Association of Museums. We meet with them and you get to know people over the country. I think having the National Museum of African American History and Culture is an important institution. We have a partnership with them as part of the HBCU History and Culture and Access Consortium. Even within our small community, having the AUC Art Collective that has created under pressure the major in art history and a minor in curatorial studies that goes beyond our individual borders of institutions. And so you have to find ways, kind of take a little bit out of the, find the break and slip through. And that improvisation, take these moments of culture that we have used to sustain us all along, that in the break is the space to create something brand new. And usually it is the dark sphere. And by that, I mean Black in the positivity of Blackness.
I know, she said something, y'all. Anybody else want to add to that, or?
We can rest on that.
Amen. Amen. You said something fantastic, which is improvisation. And in the back, we were talking about the notion of always ending on an arc that looks to the future. We've talked about beginnings. We've talked about students and audiences, and we've talked about challenges. So what are some of your hopes, or one hope for the future of your collection that you would share before we wrap this conversation up? And it doesn't have to be about
all right. I have to go back to think about everything that we do. And so in every exhibition that we produce, in every exhibition we lend to, the hope is to inspire. We hope that somebody picks up the baton for new and continued research to expand our knowledge and our knowledge about the artists in our collections across the diaspora. On the other side, I think every HBCU, that we're all HBCUs, we have a completely separate identity. And we think about our strengths. And so I think that when I think about our strengths and the vision for the future, yes, we need space. So part of that vision is to expand the footprint of where we house our collection. But then the other part, when we think about who is a Fisk student, well, 2/3 of them are STEM majors. So we also think about conservation and expanding that. So we're literally in the process right now of expanding our storage facility in Aaron Douglas and creating an archive space and putting a small studio. I keep wanting to say lab, but studio. But imagine if we could expand beyond that and have a center. Imagine if you look at our collections, and we have an exhibition that's touring right now. I saw Perrin earlier, a brilliant scholar for the African Modernism exhibition that's on this last leg of the tour. But when you think about our collections, it kind of gives you a snapshot of the holistic view of cultural production in the African diaspora. So what happens when you expand that? And becomes a center amongst many centers that we can continue to have a conversation. I'll be quiet.
No. I'm definitely agreeing with you. I'm shaking my head. Okay, he's saying everything I would like to say. Yeah. But again, I agree. Expansion, preservation of the collection, to be sure, and catalogs. We also just published something based on our partnership with the Chrysler Museum of Art in Norfolk, Virginia, through a Mellon grant, to look at our modern African collection. And so publications, we don't have many publications or catalogs about our collection. So to be sure that we are documenting. And also for us, we would definitely love to keep the International Review of African American Art front. We need to bring it up to date. We still would like to do a print as well as a digital aspect. And it is my dream before I retire, which will be years from now, to bring our museum studies program back. And I would love to collaborate with our other HBCUs to develop a wonderful, strong program where you can focus on, Hale Woodruff or, different things or archives. So that's my plan.
And I think that I would say to what Vanessa just said is basically, and I was thinking about our programs, how important our academic programs are that are being cut from the universities. Like how we don't have a art history program anymore. We don't have an undergraduate nor graduate program, but yet we have this wonderful collection that was based on our art history program and our studio programs, being able to connect across the board with other HBCUs in developing these programs, a pre-conservation program, we were talking about that last night, so that we're actually training our students in this field and giving them a pipeline to these careers in the fields of stewardship.
I think if we stick to our motto of stewardship, education, sustainability, there is so much you can do if you keep those three ideas in front of you, because they preserve the past, you're advocating and educating the present, and you have a model that you can keep the engine running. So I'll leave it up to all the wonderful young people to come up with the new stuff. I just want to build a financial base.
I want to just congratulate each of you. And I think that we really do need to give deep gratitude to those who are in the trenches, making sure that our cultural heritage is preserved and available for the future. And I hope that you will join me in thanking our panelists for this afternoon session.
Thank you, Joy. Thank you.
And I hope that you will support institutions doing this work, okay? So have a great rest of the afternoon.
Good afternoon, everyone. Are you all having a good time? Are you sure? All right. So welcome back. This is the final session of today's convening, New Renaissance Harlem Today. In the previous panel and lots of panels and conversations today, we talked about this notion of being inspired by the past, but also looking to the future and looking at what's going on now. So today we are having another conversation that includes Jordan Castile, Anna Glass, Sade Lithcott. It's moderated by Thelma Golden. And the idea that we are going to be thinking about what's going on now to carry on the legacy of the Harlem Renaissance. I'm going to speak very briefly about these people who many of you know them as part of the fabric and landscape of New York City's art and cultural scene. Jordan Castile's figurative portraits and landscapes alike reveal our underlying temperaments with gestural brushwork and broad swaths of color, and she is an artist and a Met trustee. Castile is the recipient of a MacArthur Foundation Fellowship and a current borough trustee of the Metropolitan Museum of Art. Her work has been exhibited in various exhibitions throughout the United States and around the world. Anna Glass has been involved in the performing arts both as an artist and arts administrator for over 30 years. She currently serves as the executive director of the Dance Theater of Harlem and named as one of America's cultural treasures by the Ford Foundation. She serves on the board of directors of the International African American Museum in Charleston, South Carolina, and lives in Harlem with her husband and daughter. Sade Lithcott is a Tony and Emmy Award nominated producer and the chief executive officer of Harlem Historic National Black Theater. She currently serves as the chair of the Coalition of Theaters of Color, as an activist of socio-spatial justice in the cultural arts. And you can learn more about her work and the National Black Theater's redevelopment project at nationalblacktheater.org. Thelma Golden, who needs no introduction, is the director and chief curator of the Studio Museum in Harlem, the world's leading institution devoted to visual arts by artists of African descent. She also serves on the board of directors of the Andrew W. Mellon Foundation, the Barack Obama Foundation, the Crystal Bridges Museum, and the Los Angeles County Museum of Art. And just last week, Thelma was named to the prestigious Time 100 Most Influential People of 2024. So please warm it up for our panelists.
Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, thank you, Heidi, for that amazing introduction. And I know that, like all of you who've either been in this room or online today, are so full from these rich and deep conversations that have been happening on the occasion of this amazing convening, on the occasion of this amazing exhibition. So please join me in saluting Denise Murrell, curator of this exhibition. So this panel is called New Renaissance Harlem Today, and I couldn't think of a better group of humans to discuss this with. But I say that guardedly because there are, dozens of other people who could be sitting here who make up Harlem and the New Renaissance that is happening today. But as I get the pleasure to be in this conversation with Sade, Anna, and Jordan, wanted to think about the ways in which those of us who live and serve and work and create in Harlem consider this moment, both in its present, but also resonant to the history. Now, I often say that, Harlem, this incredible, significant, magical place, is someplace that often people talk about in relation to its past or in relation to its future. They talk about what was there and what will be there, right? Who's leaving and who's arriving, right? What was and what will be. And quite often the present feels like this constant state of flux of a community in its becoming. This is a conversation that happened over 100 years ago during the Renaissance and continues to happen now. So to think about the present, right? Harlem and its culture in this moment, I wanted to start by asking each of you to speak about your Harlem origin story as it relates to the institution that you lead or the practice that you've created. We'll begin, let's see. And I will start in my role as the director of the Studio Museum in Harlem, an institution founded in 1968 to present and preserve the work of artists of African descent. So much of our history was embedded in some of the conversations that happened this morning, both the history that was created in that moment around Harlem on my mind, but also quite literally in the history that was created by the previous director of the Studio Museum in Harlem, Dr. Lowry Stokes Sims, but also because of the way in which the institution has continually sort of thought of itself as being deeply related to what it meant to have a Harlem that was defined by visual art and visual culture. So this is an image of us as we are becoming. This is an image of the future Studio Museum in Harlem home that is rising on 125th Street as we speak. We look forward to welcoming everyone back there when we open in the future. And that is a fact. When we open in the future, and when we continue to serve and be in cultural conversation with not only my colleagues on this stage, but many others around Harlem.
Thank you, Thelma, and wonderful to be here with you all. My origin story and National Black Theater's origin story collide in a very unique way. National Black Theater was founded in 1968 by Dr. Barbara Ann Tier, who is my mother. I'm born and raised in Harlem and understand, as the National Black Theater understands, that the village of Harlem is as a part of the firmament of our mission and vision. And so some of the slides that you're seeing are our place-based work. Dr. Barbara Ann Tier left a pretty lucrative and successful career in theater and film and television in the 60s to start the National Black Theater. And she understood the power of storytelling to shape culture and the world and communities around us. And she thought it more important not to fight to be on Broadway stages and fight for representation, but what does it look like to be a liberating factor within our own communities? So National Black Theater was founded as a space. It's the longest running Black theater in New York City, the first revenue generating Black arts complex, but it was really founded to meet the community where it's at. We're very proud to be, we call it community theater with a capital C, understanding that in order to be able to be change agents, the first company of National Black Theater, that's my mother in front of the old building, you have to meet folks where they're at. And these practices of theater or visual arts or dance, ballet in particular, there is a sense of exclusivity that has never been inclusive of our people. And so we wanted to be explicit with the invitation. So Dr. Barbara Ann Tier had the opportunity in 1983 to buy this burnt out jewelry factory where National Black Theater was founded, and we are in the process of becoming, this is the first company of liberators, and continuing that kind of tradition of bringing art to the people. During this itinerant period, while we're building our new home, we're really earning what we call the National and National Black Theater as Harlem is its own country, as it is its own village. You know, the idea of national and transnational really exists within these, the boundaries of Harlem, which are kind of limitless. And so during this itinerant period, we are really expanding past Harlem while we build our new home. And some of these productions are our first foray onto Broadway. And then this is our becoming in the new building that Frida Escovedo is building on the corner of 125th and 5th Avenue, a city block that my mom purchased in 1983. And that's another picture of it. And I'll pass it to Anna.
Thank you, Sade, and thank you, Thelma. Such an honor to be here this afternoon. So Dance Theater of Harlem, also born out of the civil rights movement, founded by a gentleman by the name of Arthur Mitchell, who was the first Black principal dancer of any major ballet organization. At that time, it was New York City Ballet that he was dancing for. And in 1968, when he learned of the assassination of Dr. Martin Luther King, he was on his way to Brazil. He was in a cab and heard on the radio that Dr. King had been assassinated. And he was on his way to Brazil to start a ballet company, and decided in that moment that, why am I going to go to Brazil to start a company for people who look like me when I can start a company in Harlem for people who look like me? So he created Dance Theater of Harlem. This is our current building. He created Dance Theater of Harlem with the intention of giving back to the community of Harlem that had given so much to him. He was born and raised in Harlem. We started out as a school, and Mr. Mitchell was really intent on providing for young people in Harlem the opportunity to pursue this art form that had excluded Black people from participating. And that he felt that through the art form of ballet, young people learn discipline and perseverance and in believing in oneself, and that these are tools that you can take anywhere. And that he was not out to create an army of ballet dancers, he was out to create an army of citizens. He felt that ballet was a way in which he could transform the community that he loved so much. And so we started out as a school, we grew to a professional dance company, where we had extraordinary works, iconic works like Firebird that Mr. Mitchell really created with his own hands, wanted to ensure that our culture was integrated into this art form, but that also people could see that ballet truly belonged to all of us. He established that we were built on 3 values: access, opportunity, and excellence. And that what was important to him was that all people have the opportunity to participate in this art form, that all people have the ability and opportunity to be active in this art form, and that this world can see what excellence looks like. And so that is our origin story. Again, this is Mr. Mitchell right here, our founder. And I think, is that our last slide? I think it's stuck. Jordan, let me see, it's still moving. This is the company. This is our new artistic director, Robert Garland, who just became artistic director. Our previous artistic director, Virginia Johnson, stepped down, retired in July. Robert stepped in. He was our resident choreographer many years, as well as the director of our school. And so we're in this new era right now of Dance Theater of Harlem.
Thank you. Thank you so much. It really is a real honor to be here. But listening to the three of you, I thought I knew my origin story. But then as you were all speaking, it really dawned on me that my origin story to Harlem really began with the work that all of your institutions are and have been doing. It was my grandparents who attended each and every one of your institutions, that when they moved, my grandmother moved to Denver, Colorado, and we had posters from the Studio Museum in Harlem. She loved ballet and would talk about Black ballet dancers. She loved theater. That my origin story really started as an infant when the last panel, they were speaking about how you kind of absorb the things that are around you. I truly just absorbed Harlem unconsciously my entire life and knew that this was a place that I could call home. I ultimately found my way to Harlem through the Studio Museum in Harlem, where I was a resident from 2015 to 2016, and I had lived in New York and was like, I don't belong here. My Coloradan self was like, take me back to the trees. But then I found Harlem. I had lived in Atlanta, had been around the AUC. I loved being around Black people and felt really safe and at home there. Even though I came from Denver, it was like I found home with Black people. And then I came to Harlem, and it was the same feeling where I knew instantly that I had found my home. And I have felt that way ever since. And the practice really, I think, flourished in the moment that I was at the Studio Museum, looking out at the one at 125th Street, feeling the energy, the history, the lineage of creative people who had set foot there, and made a mark in my life at such a young age that I was going to be a part of my own history telling as an artist by being there. So these are various paintings for my practice that evolves from people that I meet, and a lot of the practice has shown over time, like where I've been in Harlem and representative of people that I've known in Harlem. This is a painting that is actually in the Met's collection, but is the third painting that I've done of James, who I first met in Harlem, and in front of Sylvia's, just kind of being a person of the world. I'm not sure exactly what paintings are here, so that's sort of what's happening. I'm like, that I've also transitioned. I'm still have my foot very much in Harlem, but I'm also have a foot in upstate New York. And so there are similar practices in terms of meeting my community, that you have to meet people where you are, is something I also echo all the time, that I have to show up and introduce myself. And part of introducing myself to community is my painting practice by saying, hello, my name is, to those vendors and people around the way. So, yeah.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you, all three of you. I think I want to note, just in case it wasn't as clear, but I think an important part of history that we all hold is the fact that all three of our organizations were founded in 1968. Right? This profound moment of ideas about cultural autonomy, about what the place of culture could be, as Sade mentioned, not so much reactive to what was not happening elsewhere, but a proactive idea of what could happen, what could be possible in Harlem. And I know, as we are all in our 55th year, though I know we don't look that old, but our organizations are, but live in a Harlem that, we all look forward to the centennial of the Schomburg Center for Research in Black Culture next year. So Joy, our colleague who is here, is stewarding an almost 100-year-old institution. So I want to, sort of stop for a moment and just speak a little bit about history, right? What it means to work in Harlem with the history of the Harlem Renaissance, of course, right? Because I think we've all experienced the way in which that nostalgia is profound, right? I mean, who wouldn't want to take ourselves into that moment where Harlem really imagined itself into a modern, right, Black sensibility. But as was said on an earlier panel, it was also happening in a Harlem that also struggled, right? In many ways, and that is very much the Harlem that we live in today, right? Flourishing in its power and creativity, but also kind of reimagining itself. So can you talk about the role that history, maybe perhaps even the history of the Harlem Renaissance, how it plays into the work of your organization or your practice as an artist? Anna?
So, for me, Thelma, I feel a great deal of responsibility in understanding and knowing the history of our community, but then also my role in being a steward of that history. You know, it is very layered. There's the history of Harlem, the community and the people itself. There's the history that I hold of Dance Theater of Harlem as an institution that really has innovated ballet. And my responsibility in preserving that, you know, it was listening to the previous panel, I saw a lot of similarities, even though, you know, we are not stewarding a collection, we are stewarding a history of a people, of a community of people, people on our block, the people in Sugar Hill, but also of this art form. And so I, as a leader of this institution, for me, what's extremely important is holding that, being reflective of that, not being dismissive of that. You know, even as you look forward, I carry that history as I move forward. So I think that that's sort of the big piece that I think about when I think about history.
It's a wonderful question to look back at, and we were saying this in a conversation. You know, there's a perpetualness to Harlem that is marked by these moments in time where we can capture and name it, like the Harlem Renaissance for the 20+ years that it went on. I think of MBT's origin stories as the completion of a house on fire that really culminated with the assassination of Dr. King, but the very fertile soil that was really birthed primarily in spaces like Harlem called the Black Arts Movement. And we are as defined by the birth of the Black Arts Movement as we are of the decay of the American dream, or the promise of something new that came out of the civil rights movement. But all of this is urgent, and all of it is perpetual, and all of it's becoming. And then you get this incredible privilege of stewarding institutions that not only preserve those stories, but value them in a way that aren't valued anywhere else. And so that we get to be in a constant conversation around creating a paradigm for our own value. We get to preserve from the perspective of our own urgency, because the world around us is not placing value or urgency on the experience of our lives. And so in that, we get to shape a future primarily for ourselves. Self-determination is really, I think, also what so many of our institutions and our practices up here are about. But in that defining it for ourselves, the FUBU of it all, right? The for us, by us, we're also inviting a new conversation that is built on the shoulders of the past, that is informed by what we have gone through, but really an invitation for folks to see us speak about our work, value our work differently based on our own set of values that we have set out for ourselves. So I think about the history as an invitation to be fearless about the present and the future. And that really dictates the work of National Black Theater for the last 55 years.
I'm like, yes, because I completely agree. I think that the history that we're writing right now, it's also looking back for me as a young artist I am here because of history. I am here because of the sense of dedication and commitment to advocating for our own likeness and beauty and glory in the world, and wanting that to be seen and valued as such. I am here because I have been coddled by all of your institutions who have said that I have value. I often describe that for me, my time at the Studio Museum in Harlem was one of the only times that I felt completely safe as an artist in the art world. I felt completely at ease to be myself, to ask the questions, to think deeply about what it meant to be a young Black woman making art that was representative of my community. And in that regard, it is because you hold the archives for me. All of you, my history exists in the archives that all of your institutions are caring for. And that is the part that is so integral to my future, you know? So I feel that all the things you're doing in the past and present are so important in defining that for me.
So much of when we think about, Harlem, we think about this concept of community. And I'm going to ask Sade very specifically, who often talks about these sort of differences between geography, right, and the understandings, because I think that both in the ways we understand this history, right, Harlem defined itself around ideas of community, but also in the present. It's most often the way in which the world sort of tries to understand us through this idea of what is the community. So can you talk about, the idea of community, but also the distinctions that you often make as a grounding place that I think we all stand on around that?
Sure. Language is really important. And as we talk about the Harlem Renaissance, it is become a part of Harlem's brand. And the thing about branding, it's very tricky. And the thing about, and it is what it gets exported. And as an export, Harlem is seen through the lens, oftentimes, as this brand that is defined by neighborhood. But we have always been a community. And what happens in these complicated conversations around gentrification or the evolution is that, this idea of Harlem as neighborhood that is shifting and changing and the landscape is constantly in flux is really a conversation that has been curated and shaped by developers who are coming in, who all of a sudden see the work that we've done and ascribe the value to it. But I think that the evolution of neighborhood is important through the investing in community. And so Harlem for me, my mother used to always say, it is a village. What makes Harlem a unique place is as a village, it's inextricably linked and not defined by the boundaries of neighborhood, but inextricably linked to art, culture, and placemaking as if it is its own village. And that community is one that I think it's important to differentiate from the brand that is Harlem, because the more that narrative of the brand of Harlem that is told, the more erasure happens within community. But I think that we can do both at the same time, which is understand that the magic, as you referred to it, Thelma, of Harlem is its people. And it has always been its people. And it is its people because in the firmament of Harlem, you have a heartbeat that, as I've said, is connected to all of these things. Neighborhood boundaries will come and go. They will try to name us everything else, as they have, but we understand that our community is the thing that ensures that our institutions and that our people will forevermore be there. And I think that that's the thing that is very important in this 55th year, as we all have new buildings, new projects. Thelma refers to the urgency of the work that we do is as urgent in 1968 as it is today, because what we're doing is we're preserving that aspect of community and not just neighborhood.
Thank you. And Anna, the panel before us so beautifully talked about what it means to be a culturally specific institution in relation to our historically Black colleges and universities. But can you talk about this sort of notion of being a culturally specific institution in Harlem? I often say people, get our name wrong or maybe right? And that we are the Studio Museum in Harlem. And quite often people call us the Studio Museum of Harlem. And there was a time when, it felt like my whole job was to try and correct that, right? To be accurate in our naming, because, I feel in many ways our founders gave us mission in name, right? The studio in our commitment to artists, the museum in the aspiration of what we were and would be. Sade showed the image of 2033 Fifth Avenue. That was the first home of the Studio Museum in Harlem as well. And so, but that loft building, that loft space was not a museum in the grand temple of museums as people understood it, but it was deeply our founder's mission. And then the Harlem was intentional, right? To call us the Studio Museum in Harlem. And so I am curious if you, Dance Theater of Harlem, right? Because that in Harlem, of Harlem, and what that means, if you could talk about this relationship of place to the idea of your institution's life, and of course then also that relationship to who you are today.
Absolutely. So what we like to say at DTH is that Harlem is both geography and biography. You know, Mr. Mitchell on purpose decided to bring this ballet company, you know, and again, Mr. Mitchell was swimming in that New York City ballet realm. You know, he was friends with Mrs. Gimbel and all those folks, and there was a moment where he had been pressured and asked, you know, ballet is downtown, why do you have it uptown? And he had on purpose made the decision that Dance Theater of Harlem was going to be placed in Harlem. He was making a statement about the value of this art form and that it's not valued less because it's placed uptown, because we are placed in a predominantly Black community. Its value still is as lofty as being in the Lincoln Center area, right? And so for this institution, being of Harlem is about community. As Sade was saying, is about the people, it's representing the people. You know, Mr. Mitchell wanted to open the doors to the people of Harlem, but also because we are a touring organization, our company tours nationally, internationally, we also understand and the power of saying Dance Theater of Harlem, that people have a particular thought when they think of Harlem. You know, it is exactly what Sade is saying around the branding, that most people are thinking about it from the lens of the Harlem Renaissance. They understand that culture is happening there. They may understand or think other things as well. But Mr. Mitchell was, I think, extremely clear, very savvy in understanding the power of being placed in this community. One, I think he knew, and we experience it on a daily basis, the power of being in a community where you know there are people that are going to rise up and support you no matter what. You know, we are clearly an institution. All of our institutions were born from this community. We were born from the people of this community. You know, we have generations of students, not just one-offs. You know, the students who come to our school are grandchildren of students. And so we understand and recognize the power and importance of being of Harlem, but we also understand very acutely when we are going out into the world, we are representing Harlem. And so I think, Thelma, that's really a critical piece for us when we say Harlem. We know very well what we're talking about.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Jordan, what's wonderful and amazing, of course, about being able to spend time with the works in this exhibition is to, again, have the inspiration for what it means to have the evidence of not only work made 100 years ago, but in some cases very specifically, seeing Harlem as a subject. Right? Harlem in the way in which it has just resonated in the imagination of generations of artists. You know, we're very privileged at the Studio Museum in Harlem to have a partnership with the Metropolitan Museum around the James Van Der Zee archive, and just even that body of work alone, right? In the way in which it pictures Harlem. Can you talk about perhaps some of your inspirations around Harlem as a subject? Because as you've noted, Harlem became a subject of your work in your portraits in your time in Harlem in 2012.
Yeah, I think what's really spectacular about seeing this exhibition for the first time was, for me, seeing specific works for the first time ever. I'd only seen them in books or maybe on a slide if I was lucky in school. You know, some of these things aren't necessarily taught in the art history courses I was given. So in my own discovery or looking or learning and by being connected to institutions that I've become aware of those artists. And I think that by going into an exhibition like this, I'm able to see myself reflected and feel permission being given as an obvious kind of entryway for me to use and see and be a part of Harlem and representing it. That there's such a long line that my way of seeing Harlem, I think actually more specifically, my way of seeing Harlem is unique but it's also a part of a collective. That I think that there is something really special about knowing that I'm coming at it through my own lens and also seeing it situated within the context of a historical engagement, that we can see the photo of your mother standing in front, and then I can see you again, that I can see myself reflected back, but then I can see myself also on the walls of the Metropolitan Museum of Art, that those things are kind of indicative and in conversation with one another. So I think that for me in my practice and seeing Harlem and being a part of a community, I think has always been really important to me. And by feeling so at ease and comfortable with the history that gave me permission to use Harlem as my own kind of baseline and to make it home, I just really wanted to share my love with others. That was really the bottom line. I was and am in love with Harlem. And I couldn't imagine the practice not reflecting that. In the same way that now I'm also in love with my garden, and my practice is reflecting that.
Yes.
That all those things are true.
Yes. Yes. So, here's the question everyone always wants us to answer. Is there a new Harlem Renaissance in this moment? Are we willing to claim that?
No, I don't think so. I really think that, as I said before, Harlem is this perpetual space of not only, but it's like a mecca. It constantly stands on the shoulders while it is making itself anew. Any period of time, whether it was the 80s, the 90s, you can point to the artists, you can point to the writers, and you could have called it a renaissance. It is this, I was talking to Joy back there around a writer, Dr. Commander, who talks about the Black body being in perpetual flight since it was ripped from Africa, and that the Great Migration was just one measuring stone, but actually our body had been migrating and consistently continues to migrate. And I think that's the thing about calling what's happening now, which, lots of debate around the lens in which constitutes a renaissance. But at any moment in time, that heartbeat is alive and vibrant, even when it doesn't look like that on the outside. I will say, Harlem exists in a subversive duality constantly. And this subversive duality, which exists in the name of National Black Theater, we are this space, a national space for Black playwrights to come and develop new works and new voices. But we are also nationalists. You know what I mean? This idea of and in Harlem is a statement of reclamation as much as it is like you said, geography. So I just think that it makes other people feel like it's a moment in order to, sell more tour packages, this new renaissance that's happening in Harlem. But I would say that I wouldn't put us in a box, that at any given moment in time, when you invest in people and that people are invested in their community in a way that is inextricably linked from all of these of our own humanity, that there's always a renaissance that's happening if you care to stop, look, observe, and value it.
I agree wholeheartedly with that. And what I would add to that, I love what you were saying, Jordan, and I also love that photo of your mother and then seeing you in this role. It feels like there's, we're part of a continuum. And I think that that's really what you were speaking to. What's important though, when you said care, care enough to observe and stop and look, but also sort of the care that it takes to continue being such a fertile community. I think that's also a really important piece that, what is happening, has happened, will happen is because of institutions like ours, right? That we create the space and Schomburg and all of our colleagues, we create the space for Harlem to be as fertile as it is. And I think that when it comes to culture specifically, what is imperative is that our institutions are continuing to be given the necessary resources, continue to be able to be thriving institutions such that our community continues to thrive. And I think that's a really important piece that, certainly before our institutions came along, there was great art and culture being created. I think as our institutions have come along, we have increased the footprint, increased what's being created, the types of artists that are coming into our community. I think that that's a real big piece of this continuum that I think we are part of.
And Jordan, can you just, I wonder, though, if you think about this, right? Like if we think about, not just Harlem, the place, and Harlem Renaissance, the moment, but, the sort of larger sensibility that exists in Black culture. Does this feel like a new Renaissance to you?
When you first posed the question, my instinct was to chuckle because I think that it is so externally placed and not necessarily internally placed. And as a result, like as I'm listening to you guys, I think there is truth to that. I think that my students they're not in Harlem, but in Rutgers University, Newark, like they were creating a renaissance every day as far as I was concerned, or even just walking around the street in Harlem as a resident, being complete and as a full resident of Harlem, but being inspired by the creativity that is on the street all day, every day, that nobody's talking about, that I knew existed before I came and is going to exist long after I go. That all of that, it is this kind of continuum. It is a real, people are chiming in now. Like it's like everybody's like, ooh, nice shiny thing. But I don't always feel that it is, if you're going to name it, it's just a naming. It's just a branding. I think that I get hesitant of that. I don't really believe it.
Thank you. Thank you for that. But, we knew if someone could ask, they were going to ask us that. So I figured that I would put it on the table. This exhibition also beautifully speaks about the transatlantic nature and our, sort of cross-continental conversations. I was picked up by a driver to come down here who was from Senegal, and I said, I'm going to the Metropolitan Museum. He said, oh, are you going to see that Harlem Renaissance show? So yay, Met Marketing Department. And I, who'm always willing to be a member of anyone's marketing team, said, have you seen it? And he had not, so we discussed, many ways that could happen. But what he said to me was that he loved that Transatlantic was in the title, and it got into a long story about how he, as a young person, met the Senegalese poet Diop, who was, a member of, the Negritude movement, et cetera. And we got into an entire conversation about what it meant to understand that then, but how much that existed now, right? And so all of us living and working in Harlem know that we've embraced, and our programs look at what it means to think about the global Black presence. But can you talk a bit about what that means right now?
It's interesting. Today's Saturday. On Thursday, we hosted an event with the Royal Ballet that was about the transatlantic experience of Black ballet dancers. And, it was a very, very interesting conversation, very poignant conversation about our experience as Black people in these art forms that have, historically excluded, Black and brown bodies. And, what was extraordinary to me, and what's extraordinary about this sort of transatlantic conversation, and when I say that, I mean both, transatlantic in terms of the continent of Africa, in terms of, our friends in Europe, just what the Black experience looks like. And what I thought was really extraordinary about this particular conversation, and I see it as threads in the conversation we're having today and in the exhibit, is there was so much commonality, even though our experiences are very different. Dance Theater of Harlem being born out of the civil rights movement, Dance Theater of Harlem really being at the forefront of a lot of these conversations, but there was just so much commonality in these, in the experience of what it means to be, you know, a Black body in this art form. And, you know, for certainly I boohooed listening to this conversation and listening to these Black ballerinas in London and just, you know, their experiences, you know, trying to enter into the Royal Ballet. But what sort of struck me was how important it is for there to be that recognition that we are not isolated, that this experience of Blackness is not isolated to just, you know, what we are doing in Harlem or, you know, here in the United States, but that these transatlantic conversations, that sort of thinking much broadly beyond, you know, our place here, how important that is, and how important those dialogues are, how important that just that understanding of similarity is, you know.
So I'm a great-grandchild of a Garveyite. And so kind of in my DNA is this Pan-African, back to Africa kind of DNA that beats through my blood. And I know that because besides the gorgeous over 100-year-old pictures of my great-grandfather in his uniform, it lived in Dr. Tier as a declaration in her own pedagogy around theater making as a tool for change, right? It wasn't reactive to the American experiment. It was subversive in giving us what we've never had, which was giving us back our home. So NBT really exists in a transatlantic kind of constant modernism by tracing our heartbeat back to, in particular, to the continent of Africa, but in particular to a Yoruba tradition. And so as we went through our first capital project, after my mother, you know, said, I'm buying the most famous address in the world, and everybody was like, is it on Park Avenue? You know, and she was like, no, it's 125th Street and Fifth Avenue. Go anywhere in the world and say Fifth Avenue. Everyone thinks about the Met. And New York City, opulence, say 125th Street, and everybody knows it's the cultural capital of the Black world. And so I want to buy the intersection of the two and build a temple of liberation to my people. And when she built that first building in 1991, the first place she went was back to Oshogbo, to the UNESCO sacred site of the Oshun Grove, and commissioned 9 new sacred artists to come and do the interiors of our building and the exterior of our building, because she knew Fifth Avenue, museums, that when you walk into these hollowed spaces of art, there is a vibration that changes the way you see yourself, changes your behavior. You don't always know what you're going to see on the walls, but you know it's important. Why? Because all of the art has a vibration. And so MBT has been in this conversation of transatlantic kind of Pan-Africanism, because if our origin story starts with the with the brutality of this country on our people, then how can we ever be in conversations of true liberation? And so it is important to us in our work, and now we have the largest collection of new sacred art in the Western Hemisphere at National Black Theater, and that heartbeat is also reflective in the landscape of cultures that at any given time, on any given corner, you hear these dialects from a continent that may be foreign to us in our lived experience, but is beating in our DNA. And so how we give ourselves back to each other, how we have conversations about restoration are very explicit, but they can also be very, subtle. And I think that Harlem really exists in a bombastic way, but in a subtle way that connects us back to our originality, to our humanity, that has to be in conversation, not just with our experience in this country, but in our experience, our transatlantic experience. And I think that is one of the most powerful things. And I will say very lastly, it is the thing that Martin Luther King knew, it is the thing that Malcolm X knew, it is this global majority conversation, right? Even saying the global majority is a way of asserting our reclamation of our value. And so I think it's important that the exhibition not only is being very specific in the Harlem Renaissance, but really allowing us to have conversations about the connectivity of all of our people, because in that there is power in the global majority.
Thank you, Sade. And Jordan, so much of your practice involved kind of a lived experience of just being present, right, in the places of Harlem. Can you talk about the way in which the transatlantic shows up in your experience?
I think it's exactly as Sade's talking. The nature of Harlem is that you do hear the dialects of all the countries that I have never set foot on. But although I don't understand necessarily in a literal sense what people are saying, that there is this sense of belonging and knowing that our journeys are still connected somehow, that we have all found ourselves on 125th Street on this Saturday afternoon at 2 p.m., feeling the sun, dodging each other, all of the things, those noises, everything. Suddenly we have created our own. The word Mecca is so indicative of what it means to kind of come together. And I think even as a practitioner, as a maker, as a Black artist today, there is a sense that amongst us, I think there is a way that we talk to one another with a more complete sense of our experience within the context of the art world as Black artists that is transatlantic even within itself, that there is an experience that we all share that is the same that I think you are describing so eloquently that we all share, that it doesn't really matter where you're from once you're on the ground, and once you're in the street.
Thank you. And my last question for all three of you, I'm gonna start with Jordan and come this way. Just a hope that you have for Harlem.
I can't wait for your guys' buildings, the community. My hope is that the energy continues to flourish as it always has, always will, and always will continue to be, that we continue to see one another represented and showing up for one another, that the spaces become all the more accessible, that people feel a sense that they can walk into any number of the buildings and institutions and know their history and where they came from and how it's going to serve their futures. So my hope is that that just continues.
Very well said. Thank you. Thelma, that is a fabulous question. And I have not had the opportunity to think about hope lately, but I will say that my hope for Harlem is that we continue being the vibrant, fertile community that we have been for decades, that these attempts to create division, these attempts to rename us, these attempts to put new stamps on our community, that those things do not tear us apart. I think that Harlem is a very special place, and I too am a transplant, although I've been here for 30 years now. It is a very special community, and my hope is that the work that we are all doing continues to create a space for future artists, create a space for future residents to feel and connected to what makes Harlem, Harlem.
My hope, I laugh at the question a little bit because it's a good question, and my mom used to be just such a cynic. And when, she'd see Jesse Jackson on the TV say, "Keep hope alive," she's like, "There ain't no such thing as hope." And I was like, okay, well, where do we go from there? So thinking about hope, what comes to mind is Nikki Giovanni's poem, Nikki Rosa, that describes her childhood growing up. And she describes what some people might see as abject poverty. And she says, but no one will ever know. And then she starts describing the deep love through all of these experiences. And at the end, she says, and I hope no white folks ever write about me, because they will never understand that Black love is Black hope. And she goes on and says this thing. And so what I hope for Harlem is that it doesn't believe its press, good or bad, that we don't invest in external validations, but we really invest in the spiritual continuity and fabric of our landscape that is always asking the question. And that is the thing about Harlem. It is always asking the question of how we root ourselves in a more human way, in a more complex way, in a more beautiful way, outside of the lens and of however we're perceived. Because the second we invest in the perception of who we are, we lose who we actually are. And so I feel hopeful that the institutions, and to Thelma's point, that are in the dozens, could be up here, that are not, that we continue to invest in that Harlem. And that is my hope.
Thank you, Jordan. Thank you, Anna. Thank you, Sade. Thank you to this audience. We hope that you all who have spent time in this exhibition and around all the resonance that it's created will also spend time in Harlem, in and around the institutions, the places, and the people that are defining it in this moment. So thank you all very much.
Thank you, Jordan, Anna, Sade, and Thelma for your inspiring conversation. I am Sherry Williams, educator in charge for public programs and engagement, and I'm excited to present our final program for this afternoon, a reading by Sangu Jaikam from The Negro Artist and the Racial Mountain by Langston Hughes. Sangu is an actor and playwright originally from Baltimore, Maryland. Acting credits include Henry V, Classical Theater of Harlem, Redefinition, La Mama, I Wish M.F. Wood, 651 Arts, and Sinking Ink, Alley Theater, Flea Theater. Sangu is the creator and star of the upcoming return of Sinking Ink at the Apollo's Victoria Theater in May 2024. He has collaborated with Grammy Award-winning artist Common on Bluebird Memories, Audible, and the 2020 NBA All-Star opening performance. He received his BFA in acting from Howard University. Please join me in welcoming Sangu.
Good evening. Y'all all right? All right. Finish this off real quick. The Negro Artist and the Racial Mountain by Langston Hughes. One of the most promising of the young Negro poets said to me once, I want to be a poet, not a Negro poet. Meaning, I believe, I want to write like a white poet. Meaning, subconsciously, I would like to be a white poet, meaning behind that, I would like to be white. And I was sorry the young man said that. For no great poet has ever been afraid of being himself. And I doubted then that with his desire to run away spiritually from his race, this boy would ever be a great poet. But this is the mountain standing in the way of any true Negro art in America. This urge within the race towards whiteness, the desire to pour racial individuality into the mold of American standardization and to be as little Negro and as much American as possible. But let us look at the immediate background of this young poet. His family is of what I suppose one would call the Negro middle class. People who are by no means rich, yet never uncomfortable nor hungry, smug, contented, respectable folk, members of the Baptist church. The father goes to work every morning. He's the chief steward at a large white club. The mother sometimes does fancy sewing or supervises parties for the rich families of the town. The children go to a mixed school. In the home, they read white papers and magazines, and the mother often says, "Don't be like niggers when the children are bad." A frequent phrase from the father is, "Look how well the white man does things." And so the word white comes to be unconsciously a symbol of all virtues. It holds for the children beauty, morality, and money. The whisper of, "I want to be white," runs silently through their minds. This young poet's home is, I believe, a fairly typical home of the colored middle class. One sees immediately how difficult it would be for an artist born in such a home to interest himself in interpreting the beauty of his own people. He's never taught to see that beauty. He's taught rather not to see it, or if he does, to be ashamed of it when it's not according to Caucasian patterns. For racial culture, the home of the self-styled high-class Negro has nothing better to offer. Instead, there will be perhaps more aping of things white than a less cultured or less wealthy home. The father is perhaps a doctor, lawyer, landowner, or politician. The mother may be a social worker or a teacher, or she may do nothing and have a maid. Father is often dark, but he has usually married the lightest woman he could find. The family attend a fashionable church where few really colored faces are to be found, and they themselves draw the colored line. In the North, they go to white theaters and white movies, and in the South, they have at least 2 cars and a house like white folk. Nordic manners, Nordic faces, Nordic hair, Nordic art, if any, and an Episcopal heaven. A very high mountain indeed for a would-be racial artist to climb in order to discover himself and his people. But then there are the low-down folks, the so-called common element, and they are the majority, may the Lord be praised. The people who have their nip of gin on Saturday nights and are not too important to themselves or the community, or too well-fed, or too learned to watch the lazy world go round. They live on 7th Street in Washington, on State Street in Chicago, and they do not particularly care whether they are like white folks or anybody else. Their joy runs bang into ecstasy. Their religion soars to a shout. Work a little maybe today, rest a little tomorrow, play a while, sing a while, oh, let's dance. These common people are not afraid of spirituals, as for a long time their more intellectual brethren were. And jazz is their child. They furnish a wealth of colorful, distinctive material for any artist because they still hold their own individuality in the face of American standardization. And perhaps these common people will give to the world its truly great Negro artist, the one who's not afraid to be himself. Whereas the better class Negro would tell the artist what to do, the people at least let him alone when he does appear, and they're not ashamed of him if they know he exists at all. And they accept what beauty is their own without question. Certainly, there is for the American Negro artist who can escape the restrictions the more advanced among his group would put on him, a great field of unused material ready for his art. Without going outside his race, and even among the better classes with their white culture and conscious American manners, but still Negro enough to be different, there is sufficient material to furnish a Black artist with a lifetime of creative work. And when he chooses to touch on the relations between Negroes and whites in this country, with their innumerable undertones and overtones, surely, and especially in literature and drama, there's an inexhaustible supply of themes at hand. To these, The Negro artist can give his racial individuality, his heritage and rhythm and warmth, and his incongruous humor that is so often, as in the blues, becomes ironic with laughter and tears. But let us look again at the mountain. The road for the serious Black artist who would produce a racial art is almost certainly rocky, and the mountain is high. Until recently, he received almost no encouragement for his work from either white or colored people. The fine novels of Chestnut go out of print with neither race noticing their passing. The quaint charm and humor of Dunbar's dialect verse brought him in his day largely the same kind of encouragement one would give a sideshow freak. Oh, a colored man writing poetry, how odd. Or a clown, oh, amusing. The present vogue of things Negro, although it may do as much harm as good for the budding colored artist, has done at least this. It has brought him forcibly to the attention of his own people, whom for so long, unless the other race had noticed him beforehand, he was a prophet with little honor. I understand that Charles Gilpin acted for years in Negro theaters without any special acclaim from his own, but when Broadway gave him 8 curtain calls, Negroes too began to beat a tin pan in his honor. I know a young colored writer, a manual worker by day, who had been writing well for the colored magazines for years, but it was not until he recently broke into the white publications and his first book was accepted by a prominent New York publisher that the best Negroes in this city took the trouble to discover he lived there. Then almost immediately they decided to give a grand dinner for him, but the society ladies were careful to whisper to his mother, she better not come. They weren't sure if she had an evening gown. The Negro artist works against an undertow of sharp criticism and misunderstanding from his own group and unintentional bribes from whites. Oh, be respectable. Write about nice people. Show how good we are, say the Negroes. Be stereotyped. Don't go too far. Don't shatter our illusions about you. Don't amuse us too seriously. We will pay you, say the whites. Both told Gene Toomer not to write Cain. The colored people did not praise it. The white people did not buy it. Most of the colored people who did read Cain hated it. They were afraid of it. Although the critics gave it good reviews, the public remained indifferent. Yet, except the work of Du Bois, Cain contains the finest prose written by a Negro in America, and like the singing of Robeson, it is truly racial. But in spite of the Norticized Negro intelligentsia and the desires of some white editors, we have an honest American Negro literature already with us. Now I await the rise of the Negro theater. Our folk music have achieved worldwide fame, offers itself to the genius of the great individual American Negro composer who is to come. And within the next decade, I expect to see the work of a growing school of colored artists who paint and model the beauty of dark faces and create with new technique the expressions of their own soul world. And the Negro dancers who will dance like flame, and the singers who will continue to carry our songs to all who listen. They will be with us in even greater numbers tomorrow. Most of my own poems are racial in theme and treatment, derived from the life I know. In many of them, I try to grasp and hold some of the meanings and rhythms of jazz. I am sincere as I know how to be in these poems, and yet after every reading, I answer questions like these from my own people. Do you think Negroes should always write about Negroes? I wish you wouldn't read some of your poems in front of white folks. How do you find anything interesting in a place like a cabaret? Why you write about black people? You aren't black. What makes you write so many jazz poems? But jazz to me is one of the inherent expressions of Negro life in America. the eternal tom-tom beating in the Negro soul, the tom-tom of revolt against weariness in a white world, a world of subway trains and work, 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 the tom-tom of joy and laughter and pain swallowed in a smile. To my mind, it is the duty of the younger Negro artist, if he accepts any duties from outsiders, to change through the force of his art that old whispering, I want to be white, hidden in the aspirations of his people to, wait, why should I want to be white? I'm a Negro and beautiful. So I'm ashamed for the Black poet who says, I want to be a poet, not a Negro poet, as though his own racial world were not as interesting as any other world. I'm ashamed, too, for the colored artist who runs from the painting of Negro faces to the painting of sunsets after the manner of the academicians because he fears the strange unwhiteness of his own features. An artist must be free to choose what he does, certainly, but he also must never be afraid of what he might choose. Let the blare of Negro jazz bands, the bellowing voice of Bessie Smith singing blues penetrate the closed ears of the colored near intellectuals until they listen and perhaps understand. Let Paul Robeson sing Waterboy and Rudolph Fisher writing about the streets of Harlem and Gene Tuner holding the heart of Georgia in his hands and Aaron Douglas drawing strange Black fantasies cause the smug Negro middle class to turn from their white, respectable, ordinary books and papers to catch a glimmer of their own beauty. We younger Negro artists who create now intend to express our individual dark-skinned selves without fear or shame. If white people are pleased, we're glad. If they are not, it doesn't matter. We know we are beautiful and ugly. The tom-tom cries and the tom-tom laughs. If colored people are pleased, we are glad. If they are not, their displeasure doesn't matter either. We build our temples for tomorrow, strong as we know how, and we stand on top of the mountain, free within ourselves. Thank you, Langston.
Thank you. Thank you, Sangu, for that riveting performance. I can think of no words that are more articulate in expressing the new Negro approach to life and to art. And my many thanks to every one of you, the speakers, the audience, and organizers for your presence, your thoughts, and your attention throughout today's program. We invite you to continue to monitor the Met site for announcements of more public programs to come right up to the July 28th closing date of the exhibition. And of course, the exhibition and the museum are open until 9 p.m. tonight. Thank you again and have a great rest of the weekend.